Yo, Martin Lawrence was supposed on the show. We like, alright.
We said, yeah, you can use it. Ladies and gentlemen, the UMC'S.
Yeah. Castle of the borderline is surely like this. Approaching of a UMC is purely hype.
UMC means a lot of things, right?
So I'ma try to the day that I die. Maybe one day it'll go my way and I'll learn to fly. Cause I know someday in the grave I will lie, but they will say that I believed and achieved the dream of touching the sky. See, I speak these words, but when the author is gone from the world, the architect will erect another, but not as yet. So despite my past decisions and poor conditions, I'm gonna keep holding my head and complete my mission. So I stand like Shango as I speak with thunder, suddenly dispelling the darkness as well as the wonder. So optimistic that when I opt to stop being on top is not unrealistic. I'ma say that again, shit. So optimistic that when I opt to stop being on top is not unrealistic. I rhyme this way, these things I say, so different. I invested in my higher self and it's gaining me interest. I refuse to change to get in this, because it would have been senseless to be tempted by incense. In other words, blow smoke in the air to mask what's there in an attempt to confuse my senses. I'm absolutely the greatest MC because my mic control is mind control, my control of me. So I practice this tactic, hopefully hoping to be so free in my flow that I float on the open sea. And I'll admit I thought that was it and I would be seen no more. And yet I learned to ride the waves and I return to shore. Motherfucker, I'm here now. Let's go.
After the show, she asked me, Carlos Andreas Gomez is your stage name, right? I mean, I've never met a Hispanic who looks like you, so what's your real name? To which I reply, Zach, actually. Zach Morris. But I thought it'd be a lot cooler to use a Spanish name. It's a pretty smooth stage persona, though, isn't it? And I'll let you in a little secret. I have much better luck with the ladies using it. She doesn't laugh. Maybe detects sarcasm, sucks her teeth, and leaves, offended. I've got a question for you, Princess Anonymous. What exactly does a Hispanic look like?
Rap is out of control.
Let me see if I got it sorted out. Let's talk about chess real quick. Okay, I make mad moves since rap's like a chess game. Whoever get checkmate get to keep his rap name. Aight, you get the right, and I'll be the black king with the black knight. Silent night, holy night. My pawns wanna fight and your castle's in my sight. So let's do this right, aight? You make the first move, I counter attack. Your rook tried to rook me, but my bishop held them back. That's when your white knight tried to move them 4 spaces. My pawns hemmed them in them there black spaces. Your queen, she keep on eyeing me from yonder. I wonder how long it take till she wander. Ponder, make your queenie wonder go black, because once she go black, she hook like crack. As a matter of fact, I let your queen in my castle. She tried to stab my back, but it wasn't no hassle. She pushed through my pawns and she moved in the kill. That's when my rook hemmed her up, I told him do what you will. That's when your punk of a king tried to make the mad dash. I beat him at the pass and I whooped his ass. Yo, hold on, that was actually like, that's like 93 rhymes. Hold on, let me get some like serious talk though. Yo, it's all the same in this music game. Blacks stay getting jerked, yet we still remain. The past been forgotten, and thus we stay picking cotton. And the beatings keep dropping, cause the cops stay rotten. I was telling cats relax as we pondered your collapse, cause your rhetoric don't fit or match with your facts. Apparently not, cause y'all cats must forgot. I speak legendary phrases, cat karate. I'm everything y'all cats could not. And when the gat get got or the pump get pumped, then your punks get popped. I had to state this, I was destined for greatness. greatness, but I was prone for lateness, and my lack of patience propagated poor relations. So I focused on my meditations. The 7 shock was in my initiations, and now my name is an abbreviation. We're supposed to speak to on my mission and my situation, the circumstances in my elevation. I get conflicted with my purpose and my righteous fury, like I'm a judge with a jealous jury. Hold up, I get convicted like I'm bipolar, between the moon and the solar, till the soul is the sole controller. Raps the tracks like Tim's the toes, boats and hoes. I really only speak what I knows. Froze get flows, bros like 10 belows. Pimps get chose, opposed with a gun in they nose, and 52 caught 48 blows. 100% had to repent, and that's how the story goes. Death to death, defeated that and brought forth life. Long live life, eternal in the heart of the light. My name is NYO, if I failed to say, I'm also known by Kool Kim, and I was born that way. You dig? Kool Kim, UMC, NYO, House G, Phantom of the Beat.
What up, though? Welcome to the Hood Smoker Podcast, the hottest #1 podcast based out of Detroit, Michigan. And now, with your hosts, Jay Gutta, Brother King X, Blatonio Todd, and the rest of the Hood Smoker Squad. We don't do no Vlad stuff. We don't do no Adam stuff. We keep packing in the legends, respect them, and keep adding up. So pack a blunt or two, maybe grab a brew and a snack for you, and leave behind your attitude, and get ready as we snap into the Hood Smoker Podcast.
What up, though? What up, though? What up, though, Hood Smokers? Looks like I'm the only one on right now. What's up, Christopher Jordan? Special co-host tonight. We representing for Staten Island tonight. We got Kool Kim of the UMC'S who's going to be tapping in with us shortly here in the next few minutes. Blatonio Todd, Brother King X. I just got off the phone with him about 15 minutes ago before we did the starting soon. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. Everything's about to get popping. But I put the link down there for Kool Kim. Make sure you check him out. Doing this damn thing. We're going to talk about all this. He's a straight up legend out of New York City, Staten Island. Come on, man. Stand the fuck up. Oh, yeah. And make sure you go check out the Hood Smokers Roundtable. This bitch is just going fucking crazy. Motherfuckers are going crazy on this bitch. There's all types of polls and shit like that. Y'all want lists? We got a Hood Smokers list coming up. We was talking a little bit about that last episode. Servon on there. Shout out to Mr. Servon again. If you missed that Wednesday's episode, make sure you go check that out, dog. Shout out to Mr. Servon. And tonight we're going to have another dope ass episode. We got another legend in the building. Looking for some music to play. Maybe we can play a couple joints. That was Kool Kim that we was listening to and starting soon. Just in case y'all didn't know, you already know what time it is. The anthem of the Hood Smokers Podcast. We can go ahead and play this real quick while we wait for everybody to tap in. You already know what it is. Dice is king. Shout out to Dice. Make sure you check it out. Dice is king. The homie Dice. What up, though?
Yeah. Hey, y'all ready for this? Yo, y'all ready for this? Yo, what up, though? What up, though? Yo, what up, though? To my nigga Caution. What up, though? To all my niggas in the house. What up, though? Yo. Here it is. I'm getting hot in my hood, no doubt. Drink Guinness stop, watch the sunset, keep the hoes wet. Drop top convertible vet, coming through like a bat out of hell. Crash my shit like the trail spree well. Same song, different story, no joke. Cause I ain't Joe Tory, my territory is ill like that. Niggas kill like that. Apartment 3, blaze gang, keep it real like that. Microphone check, enough respect when I'm pulling out my 30-round tech. You should've kicked down my cash with your punk ass. Armageddon, amen. See all my niggas united, we keep these hoes excited. Player haters not invited in my domain. Peace to all my niggas locked down, ball and chain. I keep it hot like weed spots, so send it to Burlingame. Now what you wanna do? Cause some of you niggas are bitches too. I represent my west side and my east side crew. So fuck Cristal, we drink brew, ho. What up, though? To all my homies at the liquor store, what up, though? To all my dogs at Belle Isle, what up, though? To all my homies at All Stars, what up, though? To all the hookers at Brass Keith, what up, though? Detroit City. What up, dog? What? Just watch your back at all times because Detroit streets are full of crime. And everybody ball at Northland Mall. Spend 100 here, G there. But niggas beware, cause Highland Park is the spot. Niggas don't play fair. Live the garage, sticky for a bird and a half. I crack a 40 ounce, walking down Dexter Ave. Detroit's the shit. Young niggas walking their pits. Step in the grass key, ghetto queen shaking them hips. Too many popos at fofos. Let's hit loose deli. Call up a trick on the celly. And run game heli. We bang women like we used to. Every day we get paid. Peace to my dogs in the Brewster projects. Best to duck from the fucking flying objects. When they jet, won't be no fingerprints or suspects. Barbecue blaze by the PA. 7 Mile dogs in their face. Get paid for days. Got much love to the biggest smile in the city. My homies, they make my sconies. What up, though? To all my homies in Southwest. What up, though? To all my dogs in Inktown. What up, though? To all my hoes on the east side. What up, though? To all my dogs on the west side. What up, though? Detroit City. What up, though? What up, though? What up, though? Yeah. I'm just your broke petty nigga from around the way. Slang a little bit of dope, clock a G a day. Mama looking at a nigga like you lost your mind. You remind me of your daddy back in '69. The sun don't shine, spinning G's down at the grind. I'm just a city cat, pushing a convertible light. Me and my homie Norm blue back, cruising down Mac. Ain't nothing changed, homie. Brothers frontin' like they don't know me, cause they owe me the pesos. Don't make me catch a case, hoes, mad fiends. I clock greens by all means, my niggas pulling their pistols from their Tommy Hill jeans. Crack a 40 ounce and bounce, smoke up an ounce. Big booty chicks walk around through Greek town. I keep my city live. Detroit the storm survived when niggas used to beatbox back in '85. Nigga, what up, though? To all my homies on the east side, what up, though? To all my dogs in you win, what up, though? To all my homies in apartment 3, what up, though? To all my dogs on the west side, what up, though? Detroit City, what up, though? What up, though? What up, though? What up, though? To all my dogs in New York, what up, though? To all the niggas in Atlanta, what up, though? To all my homies in Cali, what up, though? To all the niggas in Tennessee, what up, though? To all my dogs in Chi-Town, what up, though? To all my niggas in Ohio, what up, though? To the niggas in the dirty side, what up, though? Magi, what up, though?
Magi, what up, though? Welcome to the Hood Smokers Podcast. You know that's like the official theme song of the Hood Smokers Podcast. Shout out to the homie Dice Detroit all day, baby. But tonight we celebrating Staten Island, you know what I'm saying? Yes, sir, New York City. We jump all over the place, you know what I'm saying? This is where hip-hop lives. Yeah, we putting on for Detroit. Shout out to Detroit Music Awards. You know, the Hood Smokers Podcast, #1, baby. You know what it is. You know what it is. You know what the fuck it is. You know what it is. No, I got to get my camera situated. You know, we're still doing under construction, you know what I'm saying? It's all good because we building, we bringing legends. We got, like I said, Kool Kim. We had just had Mr. Serve on. Now we got Kool Kim of the UMC'S, legend. And we got motherfucking the first artist to ever sign to No Limit coming up Wednesday, Lil Rick from Richmond, California. It's going down on the Hood Smokers Podcast, baby. We bringing you them legends, you know what I'm saying? And we got some more to be announced that already been locked in, you know what I'm saying? Some big names, but it's a secret. Shh. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Killers, don't talk. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck. Yeah, we say what the fuck we want on this show. You know what I'm saying? If you're new to it, man, look at this shit. If you gotta choose, one has to go. We already know. We kicking one of them. Bye sunshine. One of them clowns gotta go. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to DOC. Shout out Rakim the guy. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Detroit shit. Looking for some music we can play until we get my co-host and we get our if y'all got a request, we can play a request. Rest in peace, Ghetto Weed. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Dayton family. Shout out to Super MC. Shout out to DJ Los. We're gonna go ahead and play this clip from the Hood Smokers Podcast.
A lot of the West Coast sound is really Midwest sound. You know what I'm saying? You know, like my dad and T Money Green, those guys actually got to work with Dr. Dre like that because Dre was actually trying to emulate what Parliament was doing, Parliament Funkadelic. So that's a Midwest sound already. So more bounce to the ounce, all of that stuff was recorded here, you know? And so, like, Dre was claiming G-Funk but it was P-Funk back in the day. And so everybody knows the origin, you know what I'm saying? But, I mean, everybody musically does. But, you know, the masses, they may not look at it like that. But, you know, like I said, my dad created that hand clap that everybody sampled on the West Coast. And that's what gave it the sound.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's on the Humpty Dance. It's on so many records, man. Yeah, the clap is on Breed. Ain't No Future in Your Front. It's, you know, it's on so many records, man. I hear that clap so many times, and I remember when my dad created it. You know what I'm saying? It's not human hand claps. It's two 2x4s.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's two 2x4s with a door hinge on it and two drawer handles, and he slapped them together. In front of a Neumann U87 microphone. Then he ran it through Mutron 3, which is an effect unit that Bootsy Collins used to play his guitar through. I know the whole science behind it because my dad told me all of it. And sound like it gets circulated. You know what I'm saying?
You know, like E-Shums,
Everybody, West Coast and East Coast. You can listen to SWV. I'm So Into You, and those hand claps are sampled on that. It's everywhere, man. Yeah, you don't get no royalties off of that, and that clap is sampled everywhere. He said, Los, we didn't think like that back then. We just were creating something, trying to be different. And he said, the reason why I made those claps was because I got tired of everybody. When I was doing the records with Parliament Funkadelic, it'd be so many people in the room, and they were trying to clap in sync with one another, and it would never be on time. And he said the girls would have bracelets on their arms, and you can hear that on the microphone. Right. So he said, I'm gonna do something because this bothering me so much. I'm gonna make a hand clap, and that's what he did. And wow. So you know, he was an innovator.
Shout out to DJ Los. You can catch that on the Hood Smokers Podcast. The whole episode, you know what I'm saying? Make sure you check it out. It's a dope-ass episode. But yeah, his pops, Bush Smalls, they made the famous clap you hear in all them tracks. You just seen in that video and millions more, you know what I'm saying? Working with Dr. Dre, motherfuckers like that. We can go ahead. Shout out to Jay Conscious. We're going to Jay Conscious while we waiting for everybody to tap in. Let's get it.
Hey, where you headed? Yeah. Peace to all the guys that's living, and all the brothers that died and went into the prison. A little baby's born for every homicide victim. Inside every gunman is a mental ill condition. We speak for the fatherless and poverty-stricken, while rappers lead the lost to the fiery kitchen. They sign deals to get paid off commission. You can't be bought when your spirit is lifted. When you floss, it shows a low self-esteem of you niggas. It's like the weakest man wanna be famous. Deals with devils while we just hang with guardian angels. Begging for opportunities is not a part of my gangster, a part of me ancient. Could've partied with Masons, instead I built my pyramids outside of the matrix. I'm the best nigga on top of the game, but inside of the basement. Look the A&Rs in they eye, I can tell that they ain't shit. Face it, this game dumb, you gotta destroy your community to get a major run. It's no label, tell the labels run, cause I got a gun. And for you drug dealers and thug niggas in the slums, we not impressed. Before you press me, you gon' get shot to death. You niggas cursed and I'm blessed. For every poster you mix, you leave a person hopeless after the fix. Your mad capacity gotta be rigged. Niggas chasing rap but barely take care of their kids. Can't be around you niggas, rather down you niggas. I'm prolific and profounder niggas. Plus the industry dead, the art missing God. They just want attention instead. We a different breed, where was you niggas bred? Niggas say they sold weight, but raps don't hold weight. Come to Detroit, niggas turn bait. The flow surfer, but my mouth clean as Colgate. Niggas can't rap with me cause the flows don't penetrate. Cause the flows don't penetrate.
What up, though, D. Copper? What's good? That was Jay Ghost, the Conscious. You missed the episode we had Jay Ghost on. That shit was fire. I'm still waiting for my co-host to jump in. And I literally just talked to the homie Blatonio, Todd, and brother King X right before we started to stop the suit. You know what I'm saying? So where you at, homies? Where you at? And Christopher Jordan, he's supposed to be tapping in any minute. And also, we got Kool Kim of the UMC'S in the building. You know what I'm saying? He'll be joining us live. We got a lot to talk about. You know what I'm saying? I know he got a lot to talk about. And that's what we're here for. You know how we do on the Hood Smokers Podcast. We let the guests control the interviews here. We're the only show that does that live, raw, uncut. Ain't nobody else doing it like that. You know what I'm saying? With legends. You know what I'm saying? We're bringing you legends. Like I said, we got Little Rick coming out. Look, you know what I'm, man, hold on. We got some promo videos I can play of Little Rick. Let's see, where we at? Here we go. Let's go ahead and jump over here real quick.
A lot of...
Hold on. I'm going to let y'all... He was the first artist to ever sign with Master P's No Limit Records. He's from Richmond, California. Hold on. And so, man...
Remember when brothers green pony down. Times have changed, so I changed with the times. Many didn't know I was always rocking rhymes. Some people was ill as feeling and spitting out venom. I'm cool and casual, so I don't wear denim. You call me fake and weak and whack and worthless. Now I'm rocking duckers legit. Oh, so I'm fresh, yes, change the tune. Soon you'll be a fan. And everywhere you go, you got my tape in your hand. I used to be fake, that's what you told your crew. So now when they see me, they try to. Let me get it special just to
like some 1987, 1988 Esham. So for that debate about, they was talking about Gravediggers and Nodis, we already know. We know here in the D, Nodis was before that. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Gravediggers, real talk. Christopher Jordan, all you have to do is when you come in there on that link, you click that link I sent you, and you'll see that when you click that link, that you'll see hashtag general. Click that. D Cochran, you was all here live. Christopher George trying to tap in on the Discord. You jumped right on when we put the link up in there and shit. I'm not trying to drop it in the chat right now because I don't know who might pop on. Well, we got the homie Kool Kim from the UMC'S on, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm still waiting for Blatonio, Todd, and Brother King X to tap in also. So I wanted to play a little bit of something for y'all. Let me see what we got here. Hold up. We're done talking about you know who. We ain't talking about him right now. We ain't gonna be speaking on him. Man, where's it at? Here's Little Rick right here.
New work to move and new work to do. New paper chasing, I race through it patient. These niggas just goofies, they just acting crazy. The bitches still choosing and chasing them bags. Little niggas still tripping over the pass. I hit the gas, head to the floor. Smoke from exotics all out of my pores. Fall out the door. New work to move and new work to do.
That'll be Wednesday's guest, Lil Rick. You know what it is. Straight out of motherfucking Richmond, California. First artist to sign to No Limit. Appreciate that, D Cochran. Yeah, we tried. That's why we did #1 in Detroit, baby. #1, and we go into the whole wide world. You know what I'm saying? And it's because it's bigger than Detroit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you viewers ain't even from Detroit. Yeah, Detroit is on the highest of our demographics. New York City's #2, right below that. Houston's #3. Man, shout out to New York. Shout out to Houston, the South. Be showing us mad love. Cali be showing us mad love. Shout out to all our homies in the Bay. Shout out to everybody over there in LA. JD from the Lynch Mob. Black C from RBL. Man, I can go on. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to play a little bit of music while I'm waiting for my guest to come in and my co-host to tap in. Christopher Jordan, come on in. Just hit that hashtag general. It'll put you through. You'll see that I'm already in here on the Hood Smokers podcast right now. It'll just say 1. You can see it on this screen. You'll see that right there. You'll see me in there. Just come in, you hit that little camera icon, microphone icon, turn all that shit on, you be good to go. And if y'all wondering why Gutta ain't blazing up right now, Gutta just blaze. You know what I'm saying? Too much, just too much. I'm trying to have a good show tonight, trying to keep my P's and Q's be all. It's gonna be all good. You know what I'm saying? But what's some good music we should play tonight? You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Cuban Link, he got some new music that he been I don't know if Miami actually the whole track dropped yet, but we gonna find out. I know he got a lot of promo videos for it and shit. Yes, sir. Here we go. Let's get it on the Hood Smokers podcast.
Miami, vaya quiero yo ir, hacer fiesta en la playa y comerme un lechón con congrí.
Oh, Miami is where I wanna be. Underneath all that sunshine, chilling on the beach, feeling free.
Now you can catch me in Miami on a scooter looking for a mami chula to go on a aventura with me from Key West to Cuba on a jet ski, stress-free, enjoying la locura. Cuban Link, self-made, baby, I don't need a jeweler. Nothing's cooler than the calm breeze under a palm tree. At ease with my inner peace, deeper than Gandhi. Sipping Don P on the beach with a blondie. Mommy got me feeling like I'm Mr. Brigante. Word Carlito, I wanna chill on the D-Lo. Switch stilos, no longer deal with them kilos. Turn Wajito, do it like them 3 amigos. Open up a Gucci frito with Corey and Guillermito. Soy Latino, puro cubano from the island facts. Like Joe Montana, Little Havana got my back. Hialeah, Cal City, Opalaca, blah. Overtown, Little Haiti, baby, where you at?
I wanna drink and get till I die.
Miami, with some time to play. On my way to South Beach, trying to find a way. Miami, Miami, here I come. Yeah. Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, a county a day. I gotta check my homies from around the way. Miami, Miami, here I come. I got a fist full of dollars, drop top, new Impala lipstick on a collar from the groupies trying to holler. Cuban link, still a leader, all the senoritas follows from that real good girl to that hood muchacha mala que la fiesta no se acaba till 6 in the morning. And even then you see the conga lines forming, fireworks going off with no warning. It could be storming in the band still performing. Reporting live from the 305 Ocean Drive. Roll up inside Nikki Beach for that social vibe. Where Willie's if you wanna get that alcohol a try. Call a cat, hit a club, live, parties never die. I'm from NY, but Miami's like my second home. It's set in stone from my heart to my flesh and bones. The record shown I'm that Marielito that set the tone. From rap to reggaeton, the realest Cuban never known.
I wanna drink it till I die. Miami, while I'm feeling the ocean breeze. I'm feeling the ocean breeze. The most beautiful muchachas. Miami, dancing the night under those palm trees.
Yeah, I'm on the I-95 with some time to play. On my way to South Beach, trying to find a way. Miami, Miami, here I come. Yeah, Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, a county a day. I gotta check my homies from around the way. Miami, here I come.
Got you, bro.
Christopher Jordan in the building. What
up, bro?
What up, dog? What up, you gotta turn the camera icon on.
The camera, I just made it this far.
Miami lit. Cuban lit. Shout out Cuban lit. Represent for New York City tonight. Staten Island in the building. We got Christopher Jordan in the building. We see the
shout out Cuban Link.
Yes, sir.
What up, Jay Gutta?
What up, though? What's good with you, brother?
Man, you know, just doing that thing, that slave thing, you know.
Right. Out there grinding, getting that money.
Yeah, getting that second income.
Yes, sir. Got to. Shit, yeah, we got shit. I want to shout you out for tonight's guest, dog, because you made this happen. I'm glad you came on here. But if you want to turn the camera on, it's the icon. I don't know if at work or whatever you trying to not.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
I see it. I'm just trying to set some stuff up right now, real quick on my phone. I'll put it on right now.
Yeah, no, that was that's dope that you hooked us up. I mean, that's a gem. Kool Kim, you pulled out the hat from Staten Island and shit from UMC'S. I mean, fucking that's dope, dog. I appreciate that. I mean, and we linked up and he's been showing mad love too and shit. So shout out to Kool.
You go way back. You go pretty way back. It's that I remember him. You don't really remember me that much. I went to high school with his partner, Hosh G. So went to high school with Hosh G. Went to Susan Wagner High School, and I met Kool Kim a couple of times, but I knew Hosh a little more better.
Right. That's what's up. Yeah, that's dope. And we could talk about all that. We got you right now. I mean, we could talk about hip hop on Staten Island. We celebrating Staten Island tonight. What up, though, family?
What up, Jay?
It's good to meet you finally. Like, I don't know, more besides just Facebook comments and shit, smashing the groups and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And talking on.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, definitely. And y'all definitely got to come up here when we get that award, the Hood Smokers. Oh shit. Is that who I think it is?
100%.
How do you get? We should have never given you the Discord. Tell a fib.
Oh my god. No, yeah, we tell a fib. Yeah, we're like, oh shit. Look like tell a fib for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to.
What up, though, homie?
What up, Blotto?
Hey, what's poppin', man? Good to see you, man.
You know.
Where you at right now?
Up in the car, getting ready to go do the Jeff Bezos thing.
Oh, I got you. Oh yeah. No. Yeah, we got got Nate coming on. He gonna be jumping on real soon. Like you off tonight, right?
Brother King X of the building.
Yeah.
Kool Kim
Yeah.
said he
You
gonna
off
tap
tonight
in.
though,
He
right?
was gonna make an announcement and shit. I already talked with Kool Kim and all that. Everything's all good and shit. He said he was gonna make an announcement, let his people know all that shit. So and he'll be in the building. So I was playing some of his music, but I don't know what music I can play without getting flagged. Huh?
How you doing, brother
This
King?
is my brother right here, my brother from another.
What's going on?
Not a whole lot, man. It's good to see you, man.
Same here, brother.
Different mother, same daddy. He's like,
oh yeah, well, yep. It's good we all got together now. You know, that's how I give a shout out to Detroit. Peace to Detroit, the whole Detroit.
Much love.
And, have we already introduced, like as Gutta already pointed it out, like where you come from, Staten Island and all that, man? Just like,
yeah, born and raised in Staten Island. Born in Staten Island Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody in Staten Island got country ties, so everybody in Staten Island got North Carolina ties. You know.
Yes, they do.
You buffering, Blatonio. Yeah. Your pictures.
Yeah,
buffering.
you buffering.
All I'm seeing is
what was that?
You're buffering
your picture. Your camera is buffering, bro. We have no visual of you.
Let me see.
What up, though? Right. What up, though, D. Cochran, holding it down? She always good holding us down.
What's going on, D. Cochran? What's love?
Yeah, what up, D. Cochran?
Hey, you see Charleston White was in Detroit Thursday night. Brother King X down there at Ford Field for the Lions game that they beat Kansas City.
Oh, man. I went on YouTube and watched that game, man. I done watched that about 3-4 times, bro.
For real. Yeah, that was a good game and shit. Rest in peace to my sis, Holly. She had passed that day, so I didn't get to watch the game. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, tell me why I almost wore the Lions shoes to work today, though, bro.
Straight up.
Straight up.
Yeah, they got the Lion shoes out here, the Tiger shoe with the Old English D. Y'all got that down there in Tucson, Arizona, like an Old English T or something and shit, or whatever the Tucson, like Arizona.
Well, we've got a mountain. Like we got a mountain. That's what, like, when you say, that's pretty much for Arizona. When you say, bro, you know,
New York, I've been to New York. New York got everything. They got New York everything.
New York got everything.
Yeah, it goes back to like a lot of like the Irish crescents and all that stuff too. You know, with all the Irish crescents and things from Ireland have a lot of that image on it too. You know.
Right.
True.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit.
But otherwise, Arizona has more than we got a mountain. That's the main thing. Yeah.
Well, while we waiting for Kool Kim to tap in, why don't you tell us a little bit about the hip hop scene in Staten Island? You came up like when Staten Island. I mean, the most famous we all know is like the Wu-Tang Clan was coming up and shit like that. Like, but even before that, you had like Kool Kim and.
I'm gonna take you back in UMC'S. I believe UMC'S was coming up before Wu-Tang.
They were.
I believe so. Yep.
The only thing that I know, you know, because everybody was with UMC'S in the beginning, you know, because they were the first pretty much to come out and make a name for Staten Island back in the days. The only thing that I think like kind of like put them in the background is because Wu-Tang had about 9 members and they only had 2. So, and I take you even further back than that. Staten Island was the forgotten borough. So if you go to Brooklyn, Bronx, Manhattan, you know, anywhere over there, they looked at Staten Island as being pussies. Straight up, they just looked at us as being pussies. Straight up, out of all the boroughs in New York, you know.
Yeah, they ain't know nothing about getting Staten.
Yeah, me and Brother King X was just talking about that yesterday. I think we was talking about that. Like they wasn't claiming. They were saying some people were saying Staten Island was part of New Jersey or some shit.
Yeah, some people was trying to claim that it's part of New Jersey, but they know it's one of the 7 boroughs. They know it's one of the 7 boroughs, whether they like it or want to claim it or not.
Whether they like it or not, because back in the day, Staten Island brothers was holding it down in Brooklyn House and in Rikers Island, you know, tapping brothers' heads and holding it down. They really found out that Staten Island was just like everybody else, you know. And on top of that, they came visit Staten Island and see all the projects of, you know, Park Hill Project, West Brighton Project, Stapleton Projects, Harbor Projects. You know, we was putting it down just like everybody else. You know, they just had to come see it. You know.
No doubt.
Yeah, Wrath of God, I see you, homie. You just missed Telefib. Telefib popped on for a second and shit, but I was trying to steer away from that tonight's episode. I don't know. I mean, maybe later on tonight after the interview, we might take a couple jabs at Telefib, but I mean, well, you know who I'm talking about. Talib.
Yeah.
Christopher Jordan, you haven't been in the chat speaking on that. What's your thoughts about Talib? You haven't been on the show to actually express your thoughts on it.
Talib, he's one of those guys that got his head tapped. He got his head tapped by the wrong people. He's just like one of the women talking about all men are bad, and you know they ain't date all men. You know, Talib, he had a bad childhood coming up, a bad upbringing. He trying to take it out on everybody. And he's also like one of those cops that got his ass beat in high school, you know, and come back trying to get revenge on everybody.
I'm gonna become a cop. I'm gonna become a cop because
I'm gonna give you the real. And Talib Kweli let this slip out his mouth on his own show when he was talking about the music he grew up on. He grew up in the middle class suburbs of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yeah, we was talking about that with Servon and shit. About how he came from there. Because he repped, what's he rep? Brooklyn, right? He repped Brooklyn, but he ain't.
Yeah, he did.
He made songs like dedicated to Brooklyn and shit, like in New York City.
He rep Brooklyn because Most Def, you know.
Because of Most Def. Think about it. Him and High Tech
right now. You know that?
Him and High Tech was a group in high school together, bro.
Yeah.
Shit, Dave Chappelle in Detroit right now. So I wonder if we know High Tech from Cincinnati. You feel me? We know High Tech. We know High Tech from Cincinnati. So if him and Twali was a group in high school, then where you from? Hey, Brother King X, you know Dave Chappelle got a show tonight. It probably already done started. He probably ain't going on stage till about 10:30, 11 and shit. You know, we can hit that bitch downtown. We can get down there in about 15, 20 minutes and shit. Fucking.
Oh yeah, you already know shit.
Down there, maybe we can catch Talib, but I doubt Talib's coming to Detroit. Like Vicious told me, he was like, I'm gonna just drop this diss track because I know I ain't never gonna see him in Detroit. And shit. He ain't coming here. Like it's a wrap. Like fucking. Even Royce ain't got his back. He thought that was his.
My thing is with Twali, there's no beef, homie. Like we wasn't fucking with you, homie. We was just doing our podcast, minding our own business, and you got mad because we had Sid Vicious on, which is one of our hometown homeboys. So what you want? So you want us not to have our hometown homeboy on because you got a problem with him? No, we loyal to our soil.
Right, Vicious family and shit.
Yeah.
Like we just gonna oh no, we ain't gonna fuck with you, Kid Vicious, because Talib tagged us in the post and said if we fuck with you, we Nazi supporters or whatever the fuck he said, Nazi sympathizers and shit. Because I was like, we kill Nazis over here. He was like, y'all sympathize with him if you fuck with Kid Vicious and the Alien Gang, and started tagging people. And we was trying to be quiet when he got his Instagram back, and he want to randomly tag us in some shit, and that's what sparked the whole. We found his albino brother and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's how that all came about. We should have never fucked with him.
His albino brother had to put him in his place because they grew up together. So his albino brother had to put him in his place, you know, and let him know the real.
Man, trying to get trying to get like, you know, like damn. Like,
Yeah, rap the guy.
like really.
Tyler Field, he corny. Talib's corny. Yeah. Rap the guy. I know he be coming at you hard. You made a book. He made a book of screenshots of Talib and shit. I could have made a book. That's what I was doing at first when we was doing that beef and shit with Tony Sunshine's punk ass and shit. I was screenshotting all that shit with Antonio. Like, but then it got to the point where I'm not even every day I wake up and this motherfucker's in my inbox. I'm like, I can't even screenshot no more. He's taking up all my space on my phone and shit. Like all these screenshots.
Right. Then we had Fat Joe. Then we had Fat Joe coming at us for having Cuban Link on.
Yeah, that's what
the beluga. The beluga.
The beluga.
Cause I'm a hot dog, man. I'm a hot dog, man. Hi.
Joey Butt Crack.
Joey Butt Crack.
I seen Tony Sunshine's sister. She had all those hot dogs in her mouth. I said, "Oh man, you're doing just like your brother."
Yeah, if you're down there in Florida, make sure you check out Coney hot dogs. What is it called, Tony? What is it? What is it, Blatonio? What is that hot dog place? Sunshine hot dogs. Sunshine hot dogs.
Yeah, Sunshine hot dogs. Yeah. But like like our boys, that's Tony's hot dogs. Yeah, Tony's Sunshine hot dogs right there. Yeah. But,
Coney, that's Coney Sunshine.
I'm a hot dog, man.
Got smacked in the face. Got smacked in the face with a big old cock, man.
Call me Frankie Shine.
You can't come back from that. And I don't want to hear that I was 16, 17 years old. Because when I was 16, 17 years old, I'd have killed that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even came to that.
I was 12. If I was 10 years old, I'd have killed out the dude who did it was the same age as him. They was in the same crew, ran together.
They went to high school together and shit. I mean, what the fuck? They trying to
say like it was a grown man. You know what I'm saying? That's what his manager was trying to make it seem like. Then we started getting the whole story, the same story from different people.
Yeah. Panda Chop told me he couldn't even get his manager to admit to it. And he was like, he admitted it to you? I was like, yeah. He said, he got, why we trying to act like that's like pedophilia or something or whatever. He said it was a grown man. Ain't nothing cool about a grown man hitting a little kid. I'm like, he was 16 or 17 years old. I'm like, they the same age and shit. We done seen the dude who did it and shit. He done had interviewed him. Panda Chop interviewed him and shit. And they all their stories match. Everybody's stories match. He did the motherfucking shit like this afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
He did the Wu-Tang Kung Fu after he got slapped in the face.
I mean, even our homie. Even our homie from Chicago told us the same story.
Yeah.
Oh man, that fool do some airbender. What did Cuban Link say? He did an airbender.
Yeah.
Man.
I posted. I made a post. Because you know how all the posts popping on the round table, I made a post. This one I made, I didn't take it from no one where I took Tony Sunshine, Fat Joe, fucking Cuban Lee, and Punk. And I was like, one got to go. Just to see what people said. Every single, because I know it's a lot of
everybody.
People. Yeah, everybody said Joe, Fat Joe. Yeah, everybody said that shit. So it's like, everybody ain't wrong.
Yeah. Allegedly, he's up there with the other dude. We ain't gonna mention his name either. That big old dude from back in the day, the old hip hop dude. Allegedly, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hear all those stories, man. You know.
He took his back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Putting two and two together.
Rides.
Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't. Man, I done heard too many stories on that too. So many podcasts, so many people from back in the day. I even heard a famous rapper from Stetson Sonic said that's why he always steered clear of them.
Yeah. And look at the position he got with the gatekeeper position. There's only one way you can get that position, you know, and that's been no battle.
Christopher Jordan, you ever heard the Brother King X? Did you catch the episode when we was talking about how Fresh Prince of Bel Air, how that all came about? You know about that? You know the story behind that and who was supposed to be in it and why they didn't get in it?
Oh man, I think it was Tupac, if I'm not mistaken.
No, MC Shan.
Okay.
It was MC Shan. MC Shan was really supposed to be on Fresh Prince of Bel Air, and my man was like, "You gotta he was like, "You gotta do something strange." He was like, "Man," he was like, "I ain't with that gay shit." He was like, "All right, I'll just get Will Smith to do it."
Yeah. That right there, yeah, that happened a lot. In Hollywood, that happens a lot. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm
Shan ain't no. But for him to just flat out blatantly say, "I just get Will Smith to do it," just for him to just blatantly just say that, just like, okay, I just get Will. Like he know Will was gonna do it. He already knew.
Speaking about Diddy and shit, y'all see that he trying to get Bad Boy, all them artists, they money back now. He trying to make shit right because he about to be exposed and shit. I even see
because he know he about to go to jail. You know he about to do that prison time.
And they throwing it back in his face. That's not even worth nothing. It's worth nothing. It's worthless.
No.
You know.
Mm-mm. Oh, I mean, they still make their royalties, but it's like not much. I mean, it's like, yeah, if it was back when it was making a lot of active revenue, yeah, that's what I was looking at. I saw somebody say, "Oh yeah, if he gave it back to him when it was really making pay." Oh, that's what I've seen. So.
Yeah,
for him to get back to
just like Brother King X said, and Jay Gutta just said, he knows his ass is in hot water. That's why he's giving this damn shit back. Right. You know.
But what about Black Rock? He died broke.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? They ain't look out for his family. None of that shit. He ain't have Diddy on none of that shit. All of it.
Man.
Yeah. Me and Christopher Jordan, we've talked about this too. We've talked about the shame of like poor Craig Mack. Craig Mack, man, that was.
Yeah, Craig Mack. And then of course everybody the one that everyone talks about is Diddy's wife. How she came out, she was writing a book. And like they say, she was putting some shit in there. Puffy ain't want people to know about, you know what I'm saying? And and then she just mysteriously died.
Just mysteriously disappeared. Yeah.
Mysteriously, yeah.
Yep, don't forget about 112.
Oh, total. Man. They were supposed to be on top of the R&B chain. Man.
Yeah, they were.
Man.
And then look what he did. And then out of all people, look how he fucked over 8 Ball and MJG.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot Puffy even had anything to do with 8 Ball. Why you think the Locks left Bad Boy and shit? They knew something was up. They got
he just turned those dudes. He turned those dudes upside down and emptied their pockets, man. Right by their feet. All that change came all over the place. Yeah, he robbed them. He robbed them. Yeah, man.
You right down.
He said a gold mine in Locks, and they wasn't having it. They was like, "Fuck that, we gonna get with X, Rough Riders, some real ones."
But see, the thing is that the Locks was already with Rough Riders, bro. Rough Riders was their management. That was their management. They was already with Rough Riders. They signed them to Def Jam.
Yeah.
You know, Jada, Jada, the Locks, DMX, all them came up together. They all from the same neighborhood. They from the same hood.
Yeah. Right. They said Jay-Z didn't want to. He knew he was too talented or whatever, and he ain't want to fuck with nobody else. Like they were supposed to have an album X, Jay-Z and X, and I think Ja Rule, I want to say, had something to do with that.
It was they was supposed to be a group.
But Jay-Z,
They actually was supposed to be Murder Inc. They actually was supposed to be Murder Inc. Murder Inc. The group was supposed to be Ja Rule, Jay-Z, and DMX.
Oh yeah. Jay-Z, he wants to be number one. He'd do anything to become number one. You know.
Yeah. He part of that dude.
Allegedly, peace Big L, peace Big L. You know, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah. No. Yeah, real talk.
See, the real is between X and J is that X then ate Hove ass alive at a couple of battles, a few times.
Facts.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Christopher Jordan knows about that, like behind the scenes, you know, like
but they don't want to speak on that when it comes to Jay-Z.
Yeah.
Facts. Jay-Z turned into a P. Diddy.
Yep, he did.
Yeah. Because I mean,
that's what I mean. You know,
there was like
he up there higher than Diddy as far as that gatekeeper shit. But like hell of a for Detroit, who produces some of the dopest beats for the dopest artists coming out of Detroit right now. Like he had an interview and he said, what the fuck we need gates for? Fuck gatekeeper. Why we need gates? Fuck we need gates for and shit. When they was talking about that Detroit gatekeepers and shit and Vezel, Icewear Vezel wasn't even on it, and they asked Icewear Vezel if he heard about it, and he called cap on it. He was like, "That's bullshit. Like fucking, fuck that list and shit. Fuck that gatekeeper shit."
How you gonna be the gatekeeper? How you gonna be the gatekeeper of Detroit hip hop when you grew up middle class, urban hills, suburbs, brother?
Similar to Talib, similar to who we speaking on Rat Face.
Right.
Similar to Talib, you know what I'm saying? Private schools, all that shit. Kind of like Papa Doc and
Right.
Mob.
Yep, private schools. Grew up in Oakland
Exactly
County.
like Papa Doc, yeah.
You grew up in Oakland. Grew up in Oakland County. Oakland County is the richest county, one of the richest counties in the country.
Yeah.
Not in Michigan, in the country.
At one time it was. I think it went down to number 3 or something and shit, or 2. But yeah.
But it's still one of the richest.
Yeah, that's what the new owner of the Phoenix Suns, because y'all down there in Arizona, Matt Ishbia, he just bought the Phoenix Suns. We're working. I'm not gonna say nothing else live. I can't say shit. But he lives in Oakland County. You know what I'm saying? And shit.
Right on.
There's billionaires out there. No. Shit. Dan Gilbert, the owner of the Cleveland Cavs, he said he had bought the Detroit Pistons, but they wasn't up for sale at the time. So he went down to Ohio, bought the Cleveland Cavs.
Yeah, the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers got everybody fooled because we could just go right around them. We don't need no gatekeepers. They got everybody hypnotized and fooled. Yeah, they're irrelevant, you know.
All right, so if you could pick, like, let's say a 5 gatekeepers, and that's a lot, probably because but 5 gatekeepers, what y'all think? Who y'all think we need new gatekeepers? So let's say there is the gates, because there is the gates. So
like to put things right.
Yeah,
to put things right. Is that what you're saying?
Now, yeah, 5 gatekeepers. Who you think the new 5 gatekeepers should be?
Yo, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna have to say.
I think Christopher was like my first.
I did.
One would have to be Ice-T. One would have to be the OG Ice-T.
I agree with that.
Actually, Christopher Jordan could probably mention like 3 of the ones I would do before I even say it. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
I think LL Cool.
I would have to say LL. Hell yeah, most definitely LL.
I'm gonna go straight Chuck D. Chuck D from Public Enemy.
Oh yeah. Oh, he already on our list. He already on our list, bro. Chuck D already on there.
Definitely.
Agreed. Yeah. Chuck D do need to be. Yeah.
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 5, the fifth gatekeeper. Who the fifth gatekeeper? New gatekeeper gonna be?
Q.
I say Cuban Link. Fuck it. We gonna replace Fat Joe with
Boom,
Cuban Link.
boom. Let's say Cuban. Yeah. Boom.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah.
100.
But because like the people that are against him, like he should be the gatekeeper more than anything that the people are against him, because all he's doing is speaking the truth. So it's like people say it's calling it hate. Yeah, it's not hate. It's
Cause Joe living off Pun's
like come on,
legacy, and his cap. Cause
Hmm?
Pun and Cuban go back to like middle school. I mean, they was really homies and shit. He brought it. Fat Joe ain't even want Cuban Link and them to come. But Pun was like, nah, I'm bringing my crew with me and shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got Blatonio. We can see you now. You was buffering for a while and shit. We can hear you, but you can see.
Yeah,
back. Yeah, I'm here. Like I see. Yeah, but
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
I got that the Talib albino impression. B. I caught that off the top.
All right. Like, man, I knew you'd catch it right away, man, my brother. Yeah. I mean, gatekeepers. I mean, like, I'm sure more than 5. I mean, because like, I definitely agree with everybody that was mentioned. I would also, I have to say, like, I think Professor Griff's still in there. Like, I
Of
gotta say,
course. I think like if you got a lot of haters, I think if you got some of the time you got a lot of haters, that show you how real you are these days, you know. But if you got a lot of people loving you for being phony,
yeah. Oh man, everybody get a pass for being phony. That's the sad part. Yeah.
yeah, everybody loving phony people, you know.
Yeah. Everybody loving it, like what things we would never give a pass for. Like that's the sad part, and I don't know why it's being accepted. Yeah, and yeah,
Because
I'm
of the
not
gate,
trying to sound like
the
an
gatekeepers.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what happened, but we still live. Yeah.
Yeah, we
all the gatekeepers. The gatekeepers just want one payment and one payment. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
They don't care how phony you are. They don't care anything. They just want one type of payment.
Yeah. True. I mean, we got, like when we were dealing with the whole Fat Joe situation, not to go into that too much, but my main thing was like, we were cool with it, but it was like, damn, he became so much like Tekashi 6ix9ine, who's like the most embraced snitch, like that, like, and it's like the gatekeeper who I respected, that's where I kind of drew the line with him, and
yeah, he became.
That's personally me.
It's like he became everything that he said that he was against. Everything he said that he was against, he became.
Yeah, and that was my only issue with him personally. Yeah, like he could come on, like I.
Just so y'all know what I'm doing, I'm just heard in case we got to go old school messenger, and I got to make the call. You know what I'm saying? But Kool Kim's trying to tap in right now, so hopefully he figures out the Discord and shit. I know it ain't that simple. I mean, it's new and shit.
Send him my number if he needs my help. I got him. Yeah, but yeah, no, exactly. My thing is, I even opened that door where it was like, we don't attack people randomly like that. You've seen it, with like Cuban Link. Both my brothers right here. I opened that door. I even asked Cuban. I was like, "What if he wanted to tune in right now? Would you be down?" He goes, "Yeah, if he wanted to tell the truth." And you know what I mean? That was, yeah, if he wanted to tell the truth, because that's what we're trying to do with this podcast. Is not trying to stir up the shit that I don't like to mention things like Vlad or Vlad TV or Drink Champs. They doing their thing, but they've made more of a killing, stirring up the soap opera. But I think our thing is that we're not the soap opera.
Of course, they waking the sleeping giant. They waking the sleeping Hood Smokers podcast. That's what they're doing.
Right. I'm back.
Hood Smokers podcast don't bother nobody.
I'm back. My internet went down for a minute.
Yes.
Yeah, Hood Smokers podcast don't bother nobody, but you bother us.
We're coming at you.
You're waking up the sleeping giant.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. So on the real.
I know back in a little time, a couple of months ago, me and Jay Gutta, we was talking about making a self-destruction part 2.
Yeah.
Coming out.
Man, I'm most definitely down with that.
We talked
Me too.
to Servon about that last episode when he was talking to him about
Yep.
Yeah.
I was thinking about like
It was.
each artist come up with the self-destruction of their own, and then we can make a double CD, a triple CD on everybody making that one self-destruction song on their own.
Make one about their time.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, without a doubt, about our town, it would have to be me and my brother right here, Christopher Jordan.
Exactly.
We would have to. But yeah, no, I like that. That would be a dope ass like angle right there. Self-destruction. I mean,
And you have so much material that it'll be off the chain. It'd be like a triple CD. It'd be something that has never been done before.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I like that idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and agree. Like we all even had that in our conversation where it was mentioned about self-destruction, which you've mentioned is it's like it's needed, and we've asked this question. Is like all in the same gang was like the West Coast side of it is like now I feel we're so overdue for a self-destruction. Is like now let's not lean to one side. Let's just get everybody to come together and make it like stop the violence, if you will. Like
yeah, my boy Benjamin.
Believe it or not, KRS-One had something to do. We're all in the same gang too.
I believe it. I mean, because we already know self-destruction.
It was supposed to be self-destruction part 2, but he said after he made self-destruction, he thought about what about the brothers on the West Coast? You know what I'm saying? Because he was talking about the gang violence over there.
Yeah, because that's what I took it as was like it was the West Coast side of it. Now it's like it's long overdue because we have never seen anything since, right? I mean,
no.
Mm-mm.
And the violence just escalated, and going back to the gatekeepers. If you don't have no violence in your music and no killing in your music, you ain't gonna go nowhere.
Right.
So if we make that self-destruction a crush a lot of those gatekeepers.
Yeah. Because I mean,
if y'all wondering what's holding BKX back, Christopher Jordan just said it. Just explain that to y'all.
The gatekeepers.
Cause I ain't talking about the violence of the drugs and the other bullshit.
Like Cube said, the club, he don't want to be part of the club. That's why I think Cube definitely need to be a gatekeeper, though, for sure. Cube.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, me and my boy Benjamin Grinch on Staten Island, he said he's got the beats for some of the self-destruction joints. So I want to give a shout out to Benjamin Grinch, Staten Island. He said he'd send me the beats. I just send him some lyrics and he'll put a lot of it together.
That's what's up. Nah, hell yeah, salute. Yeah.
Yeah, peace out, Benjamin Grinch.
Peace out, Benjamin Green, right there. Yeah, no, for real.
What up, though? Well, we gonna
Yeah, because
we'll give it a couple more
overdue.
minutes.
That's when we brought it up last couple podcasts. Like that's something that like no joke. It's like the youth and the youth generation hasn't connected on like that. It would be nice to have a couple of the youngsters like jump on a track like that though too. But it's been long overdue because we haven't connected.
Them the main ones we need to be on them tracks is the youth. They to keep these other ones from doing what they doing.
Correct.
They need that positive influence, bro. That's what it takes. It takes their generation.
But
it's so crazy. But it's so crazy that this generation of younger men are looking for father figures.
They need OGs.
So,
like even the gangbanging days back in the days, you had OGs.
So it comes down to us. So it comes down to us. They looking up to the older cats that's older than them. The older cats looking at us.
And most of the OGs locked up now and shit. Locked up or dead and shit.
Right.
That's what it. I mean, so
it ain't no
they out here
structure.
wild.
So they had no structure.
No.
Yeah, so they had no structure. You know what I'm saying? When the OGs was around, they taught you structure. You know what I'm saying?
If we could get
a lot of this stuff wouldn't be going on. A lot of this stuff wouldn't be going on in the neighborhoods if the OGs were still around. Grasses would be cut. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nobody getting robbed. You know what I'm saying? Because the OGs back in the days didn't play that. Everybody know back in the day in Detroit, the YBI, even though they was the drug dealers, they was the ones cutting the old people grass. They was the ones walking the old people to the bus stop, making sure they was all right, making sure ain't nobody getting robbed in the neighborhood.
Absolutely, yeah.
And there was the one kicking the shorties in their ass, telling them to get home and go to school.
Well, y'all keep, hey, yo, not to cut y'all off real quick. Keep it moving. My phone's on 3%, so I'm gonna call Kool Kim. And if we can't if he can't figure the Discord out, we gonna do the messenger. But y'all just keep it moving. I'm gonna mute my mic and all that shit. But we're live. Show ain't stopping. Show's still rolling. We live.
We'll keep it moving. Yeah. Hopefully,
we're live. Welcome to the Hood Smokers Podcast.
You don't have to get Kool Kim.
I mean, and that's exactly what it is, bro. They need the structure. They need that guidance. They need that leadership.
Yeah, it didn't matter what the OG was doing in the streets, man, because now they don't know what they're doing. They don't have no reason for the treason at all. You know, they don't know what they're doing. They're just doing something because they've seen the next person do it. See, the OGs back in the day, they were doing it because they had to make the money to feed their family and support other people. Where these guys, they got all the money in the world and still want to go out there and start doing stuff that don't make no sense.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
No,
it's uncalled for.
Like Ice Cube say, y'all walking around with $3 million in your mouth. What the fuck y'all got to argue about?
Yeah. Ain't got a swimming. You got a nice swimming pool in your backyard. Going swimming every day. You out there killing people.
Right.
What's up? Yeah. Like the hell? Why y'all still mad? Like. But
yeah, I just do security. I just do security for the whole New York State back in the day, and believe it or not, the most people that we used to catch stealing was rich people, the people with the money.
Oh yeah, they good. Like how you think they got rich?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly how they got rich. Yeah, man.
Lying.
They the masters, the richest, the masters of being thieves.
Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
They do it every day.
I asked the one girl I caught, you know, she was daddy's little princess. I caught her, and I said, what are you stealing for? You got money. She told me
Right.
I just want to be like everybody else.
Wow.
She wanted to be a thief like everybody else.
There ain't nothing to be.
Let me call Deep Voice Man real quick. Like, not everybody gonna get that, but yeah, Deep Voice Man. She probably called Deep Voice Man first before her pops. You know that. Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
In San Francisco, at the little liquor store around the corner from my mom's house, well, my second mom's house, it's this dude that work in the you know what I'm saying, there's people on the stuff. And every time he see me, he was like, oh man, I can't wait, man. I'm about to get my Section 8. I'm about to move into the Tenderloin projects out there and this and that. I'm about to be in the hood. I was like, bro, why is you so geeked up about you getting your Section 8 and you moving to the Tenderloin district? I'm like, that's ass backwards. That's ass backwards, bro.
Straight
ass backwards.
Yeah. From California.
Hey,
Wow.
He's like, bro, I'm trying to come be down there with y'all on 21st Street. I'm like, you want to be with us on 21st Street?
Hey.
Man, come down 21st Street and look what you see. You see such and such in the corner doing blow.
Yeah.
You see such and such down around the corner tricking. You see these two dudes gang banging.
Damn. Hey. What was you saying, my brother?
What is it to see? What is it to see? Because I damn sure don't want to see it. I damn sure don't want to see it.
Mm-mm.
I'm there.
And you see it every day.
Want to.
Yeah, every day.
That's just like backwards, bro. I was like, yeah. I'm like, bro, you grew up in San Bruno, bro. You live in San Bruno.
But
I wish I lived in San Bruno.
Yeah, he's like a fish. He's like a fish in a fish bowl.
Right.
Yeah. Come on.
I blew it up. You talking about Blatonio buffering or no? What y'all talking about? I see D. Cochran saying that's sad but true. Most people don't like the truth. I don't know what y'all was just talking about. I was over there getting a hold of Kool Kim. He's trying to figure it out right now. If he can't figure it out in the next few minutes, we gonna go old school and call on Messenger and shit. So fuck it, like season one shit. Cause we are on season 3, you know what I'm saying? We should have won the Detroit Music Award last year, but we didn't win by a landslide. You see, we got what they call, like we've been talking about the gatekeepers here and shit. And so we gotta actually, when we win something, we gotta win it by a landslide and shit. They ain't trying to show us love, even though we gonna walk up in that bitch with legends like, you know what I'm saying, Los and motherfucking Jack Frost and Dice and people like that. But they still don't want to. No, it's hate. They're hating. And I'm glad that, shout out Chris Whitfield, that we were the 2 top ones and shit. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't no hate between us and shit. I let Chris Whitfield's show, I can't think of the name right now, my bad, Chris Whitfield. But we let it ride on the Hood Smoke on our platforms and shit. Let them promote. You know what I'm saying? Why teamwork makes the dream work. Why hate on each other? We should be helping build each other. We had DJ Butter on here for what's it called, Brother King X? Funky
First in the Flesh.
Yeah, and that's an old school Detroit magazine turn. That's why he got all them old clips and shit. If you see them old clips, he be posting and shit for DJ Butter in there.
And I was gonna say also, like Gutta, like you recognize my brother from another right here, like, you know, like holding it down. Now you get to see him fresh in the flesh. On top of that, you know, like my brother Christopher Jordan right here. He been holding it down in the chat. Now you get to see him, meet him personal right here.
It's a great day. It's a great day. You know, I can go to work and just do my job and be happy. You know, it's a great day. I have to thank you brothers, Brother King X, Jay Gutta, Blatonio, Todd. Thank you for having me on the podcast. Like I said, the Hood Smoker Podcast is the #1 podcast in America.
We appreciate that, family.
Thanks, bro.
And when I lay down at night and go to sleep, I see the Hood Smokers Podcast being #1 in the whole entire world.
Oh yeah, just a matter of time before coming to fruition.
That's what I want to point out. Is like you part of the team though, right here that I wanted people to know. It's like yeah.
That we are gatekeeper free. Gatekeeper free.
I like that.
If I make us all smaller, the same size of Blatonio, because you still buffering, I can blow Blatonio up real big and then you good. Can everybody see Blatonio right now?
No.
I see him.
You see him? You can't see him, Christopher Jordan?
No, I just see no.
Let me put my glasses
Now he just put on the.
I'm gonna blow you up real quick. I gotta hold on, my shit ring it real quick. I'm gonna blow you up. Telefib is on here right now. Then I'm gonna blow Christopher Jordan out. I hope we can.
I just want to make it very clear. I just want to make it very clear. Everybody.
Oh, man.
All right. The speaker of this thing, man. I don't know what this really is about. Try to give a platform to give clarification and free my brother of all allegations that he's been undergoing. That being said, I'm very disappointed he hasn't seen eye to eye with me, or seen eye to glasses with me, or glasses to glasses with me. But nah, let me get these glasses on, man. Nah, forget the phone there. Yeah, nah. But anyway, somebody send it to him.
Hey, yo, B, you could come out with a video like that, like some old Weird Al Yankovic Talib Kweli shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, sooner or later he's gonna have to be freaking like working with me. That's all I'm saying. Like, come on. I ain't hating on him, man. Like,
hey, Christopher Jordan, you ever hear the Daz Dillinger remake of Be True to the Game?
Oh, yes.
I'm pretty sure I heard it.
Yeah.
Man, you just seen going in on Kanye.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I just seen that the other day. Yeah.
As soon as you get some dough,
makeup on his face.
Soon as
he put on light.
You want to put a Kardashian on your elbow.
Kardashian on it.
I gotta give it up to Daz Dillinger. He really did a good job on that, bro.
Yeah, he ate his ass up. Yep.
Yeah, because like tapping in with him and stuff. Like I'm hoping we get him in, to go on the show with us. Because of that, I was like, yeah.
Hey, Brother King X, he had to make up one homeboy's face with the Make America Great hat again. Make America Great hat on again. That's
oh man,
I was cracking up, bro. I was cracking up. I was like, "Hey, it's fooling."
Oh, yeah, man.
It looked like he had powder all over his face.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like when I see because like whoever like it might have not been him, but it was like linked like through Daz, with that, somebody he knows was talking about that, if I got my idea from that, which it wasn't, but I would have admitted if it was the back and forth interview, because I did see that comparison. What I was doing with the telefib quality in like my interviews, because I never thought about it. It was like I hadn't seen the video, but But yeah, his Stay True to the Game was like on point, man. Which
that was a major coincidence because I just seen that video last night. Just seen it
last
night.
last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm like, man, yeah, that's crazy. You know, he like, yeah. When he did that, yeah. And he's doing that and he's going across from each other. I'm like, oh shit, that's too similar. And then one's wearing the hat and stuff, and I'm like, oh shit. You know. But
yeah.
No.
And you really I don't think Daz really made a diss track too much. I don't think.
No, I think a lot of these diss tracks
was
that we
more
called
the truth.
it was like a wake
It
up
was
call.
more
Kind
the
of.
truth. I mean, cause he said Kanye name through the whole thing though, through the whole song though. He made it clear he was talking about Kanye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like to me, the way I took it from that was like, okay, all four of us on here, we homies and stuff like that, and like I think they've brushed shoulders. Whereas like if any of you done a track that kind of like went that way against one of us, or like against me or something, I would take it where it's like, all this is a wake up call. That's not a diss. It's like it's okay to do tracks like that. Or like if it's right, you writing, when you say, because I think, yeah.
And he was probably looking at like he's a better producer than Kanye. That's probably what he was throwing darts at him.
Yeah, that's what I took it as. Like I think there's some things that
you like I'm a better producer and rapper than you.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I think sometimes it's diss tracks, but it's like not really a diss track because there were some good lines in there that might have seemed underhanded, but no, he's actually just like, hey, check yourself kind of stuff. Check yourself before you wreck yourself kind of stuff. That's what I got from it when I watched it.
You are now tuned in to the Hood Smokers Podcast, the #1 podcast in America.
Based out of Detroit, Michigan. And you're tuned in. You got Brother King X. You've got Jay Gutta. You got my brother from another, Christopher Jordan. You got Blatonio Todd. And here we go. Got the whole squad. So
yeah, peace to the whole Detroit.
Peace to Detroit.
Stand up.
Yeah, Detroit stand up. Salute to the homie Dice. Salute to everybody we fuck with, DJ
hey,
Lowe's. We got
Brother King X.
What up?
I heard something about Detroit. Like, what is that thing about? Like, about what the trolls. Something about the trolls. If you live underneath the bridge, you're a troll, and you live on top of the bridge. Something I heard something like that. Something about a troll. Like, certain people are called trolls if you live underneath a certain bridge.
Oh, and you mean like related to Detroit, like Detroit, in general?
Yeah, related to Detroit in general.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
The people that live up under the bridges is the homeless.
Is what?
The homeless, the only ones live up under the bridge.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking about something else because there was a lady that said they got like 2 different groups of people in Detroit, like on 2 different sides of this. I forgot what bridge she was talking about. And if you live underneath the bridge in a house, you're called a troll. And if you live on the other side of the bridge or something, you're called something else. It was like some kind of game they got going on in Detroit.
Oh damn.
Damn.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, I was trying to find out what it meant because I didn't get the whole story.
That's why I thought it was a good question too. Yeah, I was like,
What up, though? Yeah, I think we might have to go old school with
What up, though?
Cool kid. What up, though? I probably missed a whole lot of shit, but I was trying to get in contact with Kool Kim of the UMC'S. So I think we're gonna have to go old school with it. So I got it pulled up on here. I made a group. We all in it. So we know how this shit work. You know what I'm saying? We get off the Discord and then we go to the messenger, and we just gonna do it old school and call the group, and then do it like that.
All right.
But if y'all on some deep thought, like if y'all was talking some deep shit, because like I said, I wasn't paying attention to shit. I wasn't even in here when I was trying to contact him and shit. Because I talked to him before the show, like right away and shit. Like, and I talked to him earlier, but I can't contact him right this second. So we just gonna call it on Messenger. So.
All right. Yeah. And then you got that right. Yeah. Christopher Jordan. Yeah, you got that.
Yeah, but I gotta head in and go to the other slave, bro.
Well, we Christopher Jordan. We got like that's what I'm saying. We got I put it in the comments and shit. Shout out to Christopher Jordan. We got Christopher Jordan, Hood Smoker. I mean, you part of the team. Like people see your name and shit around there and shit. They know you part of the squad and shit. Now it's good to have you on the show and like for us to be able to like.
It's great. It's great to be on the podcast after all this time.
Yeah. And then your work like time, you already know that and shit. You know what I'm saying? So.
When I go to work now, I can go to work with my head up high, do my job, and the rest of my day is gonna be great.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Just being on the Hood Smokers podcast, the #1 podcast in America. Make me hold my head up high.
Yeah, and I know, and you shared like a lot of good deep stories and shit. Like Christopher Jordan, like we need to have you as a guest, like just as a guest, not just a special co-host. Now, Kool Kim,
been talking about this for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, but we need to have you on as a guest yourself. You know what I'm saying, Christopher Jordan, because people know they know the name, they want to know the man and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad we got an episode. I kept you blown up, so like. You're big on the screen and shit, so everybody can. Christopher Jordan, Staten Island native, you know what I'm saying? I put it up in the chat and shit, and then I was letting them know we got Kool Kim and the UMC'S coming up. But Staten
thank you,
Island in the building.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. No, it's definitely an honor. I know you got to do your work thing and shit, but so we'll go ahead and we're gonna hang up on this Discord, and we're going old school. We're gonna call Messenger. Just don't pick it up. It's gonna ring your phone. The messenger, because we put you in the group, but you just ain't gotta pick it up and shit. You can decline it and shit.
Well, I mean, unless you got time
jump
to
in periodically, it'll say join group. You know what I'm saying? And you can, if you got a chance, you can like hop in. Like, well, we got Kool Kim on. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
Peace to Detroit, the whole Staten Island. Peace to Arizona. Peace. You're now tuned in to the #1 podcast in America, the Hood Smokers Podcast.
Yes, sir. And we go talk to y'all in a minute. Much love, Christopher Jordan.
Much love. Yep. Going to work on my head held high.
Yes, sir. Like you should be and shit. You know what I'm saying? Should be.
Nobody knows what I'm involved in. They don't have a clue. I'm on the Hood Smokers Podcast. I can't believe it.
Man.
No, you part of the show. You family and shit. You know what I'm saying? You are a Hood Smoker. You part of the Hood Smokers Podcast.
Family, brother.
Like hit me up. Like, yeah. If you up later, like hit me up though, on the phone. Like for real.
I'll tell you when I get my first break, B. When I get my first break, I'll hit you up.
Yeah, hit me up. Yeah.
No doubt. Much love. That's Christopher Jordan, y'all. About to hit
Much love. Yep.
Much love.
Yep.
Salute.
Yep. Salute.
Alright. Now we gonna do it old school. I'm gonna jump on over to let's see if Blatonio comes on here. Now I'm trying to get a hold of Kool Kim, though. I don't know what's going on. You know, I sent y'all what I said and shit.
It still has me on like it's still not showing me.
Yeah, you're still buffering and shit. If I blow you up,
that's
brother, can you see Blatonio?
Yep.
All right. We just blew you up. That's all. So I don't know.
All right.
Can you see us?
Yeah. Well, I can only see like when I'm on here, I can only see Brother King X. But yeah, for me. I see myself, but I never see you on here because it's on Discord. So yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, shit. I guess we about to call the messenger group unless we can do. Oh shit. Tell a fib.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when until the fib come on. It's like, damn, everyone wants to see till the fib.
At least we got Christopher Jordan on here too. That was dope. We got over an hour Christopher Jordan, hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes, and we got Telefib. We got Telefib in here. You know what I'm saying? Telefib. How do you say your last name?
But what I'm trying to say is also my last name is Green, so I don't want to get it mistaken. You know?
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Can I ask you why
so
you
it's
wearing
Green.
a D hat?
Let me think about that for a minute. Because I want to just try to prove a point. Actually, it's not a D hat; it's a B hat.
Well, you know,
And you're a Nazi.
Dave Chappelle's here in Detroit tonight doing a show. Right now, as we're speaking, Dave Chappelle's here. So is your brother here?
Are you sure that's the real Dave Chappelle?
It might be a clone. I don't know. What is that? What you hinting to?
Or are you a Nazi because you're trying to say that Dave Chappelle's there? Because that sounds like what a Nazi would say: is that Dave Chappelle's in your town? That's
He's doing a show right now in Detroit and shit. I seen it advertised earlier and shit. So I was like,
Let me give him a call real quick. I'm gonna call him right now.
he crazy with that shit. And it's still up on Talib's page and shit. Like, what the fuck? Still on Talib's page. He back in.
That dude's out of his mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you buffering again. What is it? It's just buffering.
Oh, it's always like when I go into Talib, it's like, yeah, then it goes clear. Like, damn, what's his brother doing?
Now they can
Must be that meta stuff. Is like something. Yeah. Let me put on the glasses and the hat then. Watch.
Hey, look, and it came right back on.
Oh, did it right now?
She heard up.
Got me dying right now. Like that. Yeah. As soon as I put on the hat, they're like, "Oh shit, the glasses going on." Yeah.
Right. Tell a fib.
My apologies.
The albino brother, Quali. If you're out tuning in and don't know who that is, go watch a few past episodes. You'll know who he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How do you prepare for battle, Telefib?
Do it just like let me see if I can do it. Let me see. Go. Do this. Get my fingers all prepared, and then you see the keyboard is my strength. And I read maybe a couple passages from Art of War, and Art of War really is a very inspirational piece. You know. So
did you
do that.
Did your brother teach you a lot?
He really didn't. I think maybe he like, I don't know, we're connected somehow. But the power of war, the art of war, was our thing. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
I
don't know what more you're asking of me because the way you're quiet right now, that even says you're a Nazi.
I understand that. What do you think of Brother King X? How do you feel about the Nation of Islam?
Nation of Islam, totally. I'm totally on board. But I do think Brother King X is like either white supremacy sympathizer or something like that. That's what.
And what
I wish
you
you could come to an understanding.
How do you come up with that conclusion? Because I always wanted to know how your brother always came up with these conclusions on why he calls everybody a Nazi sympathizer and don't even know him.
I don't understand. I'm still trying to figure it out, but the way I do it is I just pretty much follow the leader, and that's how I go. I don't know. Let me give Talib a call, actually, so I can get the answer for that question.
Okay, fucking Telefig. Telefig Quali. Alright, what going on?
Let me get. It's probably still buffering right now. Like I'm regular right now.
Blatonio Todd in the building. We got Brother
Okay.
King X in the building. We had Christopher Jordan in the building, Staten Island native. We got another Staten Island
Yep.
legend coming on the show. Kool Kim.
Yeah.
But we got to do it old school, though. We're going to have to call the group, and let's just hope everything goes smooth. Everything is going to go smooth. We stay positive in this bitch. You know what I'm saying? So
He's ready. Yeah.
I haven't talked to him since I talked to him earlier, like a couple hours ago. So, but he said the time and everything and all that shit. He knows. So, Kool Kim, I shot him the link. If you watching this, he said he was doing some promo video. He did some promo. That's the last message I got from him. He was doing he was gonna do some promo and all that about the show tonight. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the Discord and call the messenger group and let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, in a second. All right, y'all, hold up. We got to do this old school because I don't know if Kool Kim knew how to work the Discord or not. So we're gonna just call on Messenger. We did this shit like 2 years ago. We used to do shit like this. We had like 20 people on it. Real talk. They gotta pick up the phone, shit. Man, that shit loud as hell. They need to pick up, right? I'm gonna blow it up real big when they answer. All right. We got Brother King X in the building. He joined the call. I was like, damn, this bitch ringing loud as hell. Ain't nobody picking up yet. We waiting for Kool Kim and Blatonio Todd to tap in. And then I'm gonna blow it up real big and shit so everybody can. I'm just blow it up big on the screen once we get everybody in here. But like I said, my phone's about to die, and I'm waiting on Kool Kim. I spoke with him. I mean, we had I shot you the shit. You know what I'm saying? So he said he did do some promo on it. He was letting his people know. I don't know. I'm pretty sure we had the times right. It's already 9:30 and the show starts at 8. He had the flyer he'd been promoting. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe something happened. I hope everything's good with him and shit. You know what I'm saying? I hope ain't nothing bad with him. But we wait for Kool Kim to pick up. Antonio Todd to pick up. Christopher Jordan might tap in too, you know what I'm saying? He got the access to it. But shit, what's going on, Brother King X? Fucking with the effects. They want effects. The DOS effects.
DOS effects.
There was just I forgot how many years it's been, but there was just a thing I seen. That album dropped. Like it was like I forgot how many years ago. But it was either yesterday. Yeah, that's what we need to reach out to DOS Effects. Get DOS Effects up on here on the Hood Smokers Podcast.
I hit him up a couple times on Instagram. I ain't getting no response.
Yeah, we just gonna have to hit him again. Blue cheese. Damn near crazy said blue cheese. Yeah, I mean, let's play blue cheese while we waiting for Kool Kim to pick up. We went old school to Messenger, so we made this Messenger group. You did, where we just pick it up, and Kool Kim's in it. So he's just gonna tap in. When he taps in, the interview is gonna start. But we'll play some blue cheese. Let's get it. I don't think we played that at all. And I know that was a big hit. Now, we had a lot to talk about. I feel like they ain't celebrated like they should be. Like they was like almost overlooked by a lot of places. Like, but shit, they're legends. Hold up. I'm typing it in right now. We gonna play this UMC'S Blue Cheese. Now when I talked to Kool Kim, he told me I asked him about I told him we was gonna be playing his music and shit. Is it good? Are we good? He said, yeah, it's all good and shit. So we got Blatonio on the building. Somebody at the damn near crazy wants to hear Blue Cheese, so we gonna go ahead and play Blue Cheese while we waiting for Kool Kim to tap in. I think Kool Kim might be tapping in. I might have just got a message from him. Hold on, y'all. We gonna play some Blue Cheese while I see. I got a message from Kool Kim. So then we'll play Blue Cheese, and then we'll go ahead and hit up Kool Kim. Let's go. Since we got a request. As requested. Shout out damn near crazy. No, I just got the message from I just shot him, let him know. He said he's trying to get on the Discord now, but now we're on Messenger and shit, so I let him know. Maybe I might hang up the Messenger and I'm gonna call right back. All right, so to ring his phone now that I let him know. Y'all there? Well, I told you.
Yeah.
Brother King.
Yeah, I'm here.
I told him to join it, but he hit me up on the gram. I told him on the Instagram too. But nah, he said he was trying to get on there on the Discord now and shit. But I told him like how we thought maybe he was having trouble getting on, so we made the messenger group that we went back. Right? So I told him all you gotta do is join the chat. I'm thinking maybe I should call it again so it'll ring his phone and shit. Cause it's green. Alright, I'm gonna hang it up and call it again.
Okay. We'll jump on.
Alright. Let me make sure I can get to it. Alright. My bad, y'all. This shit happens sometimes live. So I said live, raw, and uncut. Let's go ahead and make that phone call one more time. Let's go ahead and make that phone call one more motherfucking time. Okay. It looks like we still in here. We did hang up. Oh, I joined the group video chat. It's still on there. Brother King X. You still on it? I think you gotta hang up on the group chat. Every time I try to call it, it's taking me right back to where we at. So I'm gonna call it now. So I think you gotta end the call on Messenger. There we go. Yeah, it was still a group chat going on. There was still a group chat going on. There we go. That's what I'm talking about on the Hood Smoker Podcast. I can take myself off. I take Christopher Jordan off too. Christopher Jordan knows if you tap in. Now Lou, you don't let that bitch win. Let that bitch win.
Yo.
Hey, what up, though?
Yo, I'm trying to get on right now. Let me show you where I'm at, yo. This thing is doing a bug on me right now. Hold on, let me.
Okay, shit. I see you on the Discord now. Yeah, we was on there.
Yeah.
We was on
Hold
there.
on. I think I'm getting in there now because it's been kicking me back from the phone. Hold on, let's see what this is.
We live right now on Messenger.
Let's see, check email.
Yeah, you don't even got to worry about the Discord.
Alright, so I can use this one I'm using now, or do I need to should stay going on Discord?
You can just stay. We gonna do the interview on here. That's why we switched over to this.
Okay, bet. I'll just do it like that. Let me set this up better then, all right?
All right, no doubt.
Yo, pardon me, man, my bad.
We had one of your homies, Staten Island native Christopher Jordan was on here. He wanted to say what up though to you and all that shit. But
yeah,
he was on here for about an hour with us, chopping it up. He was talking about hip hop and growing up in Staten Island and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I know you was trying to connect when I was getting on here, man.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Brother King X, is that you in the I don't know what that is.
What up, though?
Because that's all I see is space. We waiting for Blatonio Todd to tap in. Our co-host. But we got y'all was waiting for him. Now we was getting requests, so we play some music. You know, they Blue Cheese, they requested. There was people requesting music, so we played some music.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. And I got your Instagram link down there in the description. Y'all make sure you go follow him. We got Kool Kim in the building. Yo, who's that over there in space? Oh, Brother King X.
That's me. What up, though?
What up, though? What's good with you? All right, I'm gonna blow Kool Kim up. Since Kool Kim's our guest, I'm gonna blow you up on the screen, fam. Hold up. Let me try to get this shit right. All right, there we go. People that tune in.
Nah, that's what's up, man. You say we got the Bay, we got the Bay in the pocket, we got Houston in the pocket.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, we just had Mr. Servo on New Orleans. I mean, we try to keep it more than just Detroit. We try to. I mean, yeah, we number one in Detroit, but we try to be bigger than Detroit. That's why we celebrate hip hop and the legends. But Kool Kim of the UMC'S. So let them know, when did you get into hip hop? Like, when did you fall in love with hip hop? How'd you I'm growing up in Staten Island. You know, we're from Detroit. It's different and shit. It's a lot different. I don't know if you've been to Detroit, but it's a lot different because I've been to New York several times. But
right. Well, yeah, for me, first off, shout out to Detroit. I had the great pleasure of visiting there on my personal time, and I think I was at Belle Isle. Yeah. I almost cut my head open in Belle Isle. I went there in the winter, and you know how the fountain, they keep it running in the winter, so it's just become this big giant ice monolith. So I try to like work my way up to it so I can take a picture. You know what I'm saying, under the ice. So I try to get flies, like I got my picture flow like this, and I sat up too quick, and a big giant icicle just was like bam right in the top of my head. I ain't been right since. You know what I'm saying? I think I got nicer lyrically after that. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It might have been a blessing, but shout out to Detroit, and Belle Isle is a very beautiful place in space. But to the question, man, I got into hip hop. Well, I'm 52 now. So, for me, it was really around Rappers Delight because we was in Staten Island. So, it wasn't like I was going to get hip to like DJ Hollywood or blah, 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 because I was, too young to be at the block parties and what was going on in like the Bronx and Brooklyn and stuff like that. So, my experience was like most people in the New York area that wasn't in the no like that. Through the tapes but it was originally really Rapper's Delight. You know what I'm saying? And Rapper's Delight was crazy because my mother, who was a police officer, she retired obviously now, but my mother was a police officer in them days. She came home with a Xerox copy of Rapper's Delight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And she had it folded up in the pocket, and she brought it in the house like, yo, look, I got, I had this from work. I obviously presented it. And, I remember opening it up. Now I could, to this, like, as if I could see it right now. You know what I'm saying? I just remember unfolding the paper. You know what I'm saying? And it was like opening up like the sacred scriptures or something, man, because it was just unbelievable, man. Like just reading the words, like, it was like reading a spell from a secret scroll or something, like a hip hop, a hibbit to the hibbit, like, it was like, oh snap. And what was happening at the same time was that my older brother was a member of this band called Phase 2. All right, like there's like 500 bands named Phase 2 at the time, but the ill thing is that in this particular Phase 2, the singer that would sometimes practice with them was Jesse D from the Force MDs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know them as, they're also known as the Force MCs. You know what I'm saying? They had actually battled Cold Crush back in the day. And what was crazy was, one time my brother was at practice with them at this cat Darius's house on Taft Avenue. You know what I'm saying? The New Brighton. That's for everybody from the new, from Staten Island. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they were practicing Rapper's Delight, and they didn't know the words, and I knew the words. So, I was a little guy at this point, man. You know what I'm saying? And I knew the words, so I get on the microphone and I would do it. I would do that with them. And so I just remember, I just wanted to do that shit forever, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you ever just touch something and you be like, I got to do this forever. Like this, if I could never stop doing this, I would never stop doing this. Right. And that's what that was what that was like for me, man. It was just like, and I was a little guy, so it was that and breakdancing, because breakdancing came out in true, before it is what it is now, right? It came out twice. The first time it came out, it used to be on this show. Like the way I got exposed to it was on this show. Man, I forget what the name of the show was, man. It was like, it would come on like 12 o'clock at night on like, I don't even remember what channel, but they would have this dude named Mr. X. And Mr. X would hit this one move where he would jump down on the floor and then like with his hands and then go to his feet, then his hands, his feet. I don't know what it's called, man, but he'd do that step. And it was so cool, man. So we was breakdancing back then. This was before you was doing back spins or windmills. At this point, it didn't exist. It was just like, you hit the pop locking and you may do a little popping, but it was like the robot and shit. And it was just, it was perfectly suited for me, It was just perfectly suited for me. It was like, it was perfect. And when breakdancing came back, that was right before Beat Street was gonna hit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity. Me and my brother went to the big breakdance contest at the Roxy Roller Rink. You know what I'm saying? So I went to the world famous Roxy Roller Rink and auditioned for Beat Street. You know what I'm saying? So it was. Man, it's. I mean, I could describe it because I got the words, but the feeling is hard for me to explain because. Well, I can imagine it's like for y'all. When let me ask y'all a question. When was the first time? Tell me about the first time y'all came to New York to experience hip hop, and like where did you go?
I just remember me personally, the first time that I was like, damn, New York is really hip hop, for real hip hop. I remember I was going. I ain't know really where I was going, and I got on the wrong. I came in on a bus, and I got it down in Manhattan, and then I got on the subway, and I got off in Jamaica, Queens. And when I was in Jamaica, Queens, I seen a dude walking. First, I seen a dude with some turntables walking. I'm like, damn. And then I seen a dude walking with like a mic stand with the microphone on it. And I'm like, damn, I'm over there in Jamaica, Queens. And then dude came up to me and was like trying to sell music up like the backpack rack. And I'm like it was every like style of hip hop I seen down there. It was like, wasn't just like.
That day is trying to trace the evolution of these.
I'm not sure what the like. It was different styles. It wasn't like this is back in what 2000 2005. Yeah, 2005 when I went down there. So
wow, so that's recent. That's pretty recent.
Yeah, and that's when because I had a homeboy. His name was Killachipmunkproductions, rest in peace. But he lived actually right outside of Marcy in Brooklyn. And,
right.
And he was an MC down there, and like. So that was my experience. Like first, I was like, "Damn, they're hip hop for real over here and shit."
Like, what did it feel like? Because that's I was talking to my man's from the Bay Area, right? My man, D. LeBrie, and me and him was catching a bill about what it felt like to be from the Bay Area and experience hip hop, and like to hear the stories about it. You know what I'm saying? Not to defer from me, but I'm always curious, though. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I had this kind of opportunity. This is the kind of love I got for this culture, is the way people experienced it from where they were. Because, again, like, I have this, like, dual experience. Because on one hand, yeah, I'm from New York. I'm from Staten Island. That's one of the 5 boroughs. But on the other hand, Staten Island is just removed enough from the other 5 boroughs because we separated by water. You know what I'm saying? Like, Brooklyn and Queens are directly connected. Manhattan and the Bronx, for the most part, is directly connected. You know what I'm saying? And, but Staten Island, you got to take a bridge or take the boat. So we had that sort of disconnect. You know what I mean? So it's like there was this huge moment of discovery, especially when I got out of Staten Island. I got older and was able to just go and actually go to places. And we would be like doing shows and meeting people. Like, so, to some level, you almost felt like, it just felt unreal. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just didn't feel real, yo. You know what I'm saying? It just, like, even when they would have the block parties, because they would, the city to this day, they do like summer events. They call them Summer Fest or, summer jams and all that kind of stuff, right? And I remember back in the day, the Fat Boys coming to Staten Island to Mahoney Park in Staten Island, and them rocking, and then like every so often you had like somebody have a cousin or something that was from Brooklyn or something, so they had come to where we lived, and they would know all the dances and what the newest sneakers were, like whatever was the new shit. We was getting to learn it from that person. And it was like unwrapping Christmas gifts on some level, man. I can't really describe it no better than that, man. Especially if you was really into it. It just was an amazing situation.
Right. Brother King, yes, I heard you mention the Bay, and like he has family in the Bay, like that fucks with, like that's why we had like how we had Black Sea on here and Black Ice from the Bay, but I know you got some, and he's been to New York several times doing shows and shit. You got anything you want to ask Kool Kim or add to it? What we was just talking about? Your first experience in New York hip hop.
My first experience with New York in hip hop was 98, 99. I was signed to Game Recordings. And I was living in Brooklyn on Malcolm X Avenue, right across the freeway from the Queens Bridge, down the street from the Marcy Project.
All right,
man. I learned something. It was a totally different experience from doing shows in Detroit. Because it was like one show, it'd be like at a punk rock club, and I'm with a punk rock band. Then the next night is a bunch of hip hoppers, you know what I'm saying? Then one night is punk rock, next is hip hop, you know what I'm saying? And it was really getting to me. It was fucking with me because I like the way everything was like. I'm like, oh, I can get used to this. One day this crowd, next day that crowd, you know what I'm saying? And it was very diverse, but nevertheless, it was true to the roots of hip hop.
Right, right. Because as we know, or maybe some people don't know, but initially when Cass was first getting on, that's why when you look at like Melly Mel and them, fantastic, you know, Furious Five and and then Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, or you look at the Funky Four and all of that.
The Funky Four, the Treacherous Three.
When you look at their outfits, a lot of leather, you know what I'm saying? A lot of like kind of like real like real punk rockish look, because a lot of the scene that they was performing in was the punk rock clubs, because there wasn't no hip hop clubs when it first started, obviously, you know what I'm saying? So even by the time that the UMC'S come out in '91, we're still performing in spaces and places that aren't really fully hip hop. They might be other type, like somebody personal nightclub or something like that, or you know, these types of little venues that, you know, might be a lunchroom, like, you know, weird spots that, you know, now you're like, what? Did a show in the lunchroom? Like, yeah, it sounds like that. You know, you go to a little block party, you thinking it's gonna be this big to do. It's like 14 people outside. You know, somebody really just smooth barbecuing on a block with a little orange joint barbecue. It's not what you thinking it's gonna be, but for a lot of us in those days, man, even by the time we got on, it was established. You know what I'm saying? You know, there was a lot of pioneering still. There was a lot of still establishing things that didn't exist. You were bringing into existence. And, you know, on one hand, that was dope because, you know, you having an adventure. On the other hand, I think it speaks to, and we could probably talk about this at some point, but it speaks to why there was so many rappers today from that time, you know, come across as bitter towards the younger people, because, yo, like, you know, it's like, yo, could you imagine working on something and it's like at the time that you're working on it, you like busting your ass. There ain't no tools that's supposed to be there for it. There ain't no union. There ain't no nothing. There's nothing. You just actually pioneering this thing. So at the time that you creating it, there ain't no real bread for you like that. There's not the, you know, the opportunities, the all of the luxury and flyness and organization of it doesn't exist. You know what I'm saying? And by the time that it really get like that, where Cass is just doing like this, it ain't even nothing to get $10,000 a show, 20,000, 30,000 a show. It ain't even nothing to do that now. You know what I'm saying? And that in my day, if you was getting like $3,000 to get, yeah, you was doing something. Like you was like, yo, you was getting it. So you know, that was you know, that was maybe the part that make it a little frustrating. But again, at that point, if you was rapping, if you was MCing, you wasn't doing it because you thought you was gonna get paid like that. You was really, really doing it because you just loved it, man. You just loved it. You just wanted to have something to do with it. You wanted to be with that boom bap. You know, you was rocking a certain way. You was on certain things, and you wanted to express it, man. You know, you know, and New York was unique too, because this is something that y'all ain't gonna be hip to, but the New Yorkers that come from my era, you know, that, you know, born in the 70s maybe, or and came up in the 80s, we used to have this thing called the walkathon. And yo, the walkathon was crazy because it was like, you know, like the March of Dimes, and one of them used to throw it. And yo, all 5 brothers would meet up and you would walk. I think it would start, I forget where it would start. But like everybody would connect in like lower Manhattan. And because wherever it was starting at, everybody would be by the point it was at Lower Manhattan, and you would walk all the way up to like maybe Midtown or Uptown. You know what I'm saying? But what was ill about the walkathon was, that's where you would see the latest sneakers. Like people sneak, like the whole sneaker culture starts there because you coming out the world, so you was freshly dipped, suede Pumas, your fat laces, you know what I'm saying, shell toe Adidas, you know what I mean, whatever, beat British Knights, Wallabies, you know what I'm saying, the Bally's, suede Bally's, you know what I'm saying, the leather toe, like like all of that, like it was that was where all of that get fly was coming in. And then, of course, you had to have it right, the Lottos. What else was hot? The Elise, Fila, when Fila first came out. Like that was big. What's those?
Here you go, Kool.
I can't make them out. What are those?
Troops.
Oh, the Troops. Nah, this is before Troops. Before Troops, not Troops. I feel you know what I'm saying? But this is before Troops. We talking about Elise. Y'all remember Elise? I don't know if y'all old enough to remember Elise. You know what I'm saying? But Elise was like, there's another sneaker brand that was hot. It was called, I think it's called Kangaroo.
I remember Elise. I remember Kangaroo. I heard all that. I'm 43, so I came up in there.
Yeah. So you see some of it, right? So having all that kind of stuff, man. Like that was some real get fly business, man. You really was doing something, and like the walkathon was a big deal to go out to. And that's like Dougie Fresh will pop up there. LL Cool J might be walking through, and everybody was just walking on the streets. And cats was carrying their radios. So this is back in the boombox era. So you would have your radio with your own little pause tape. And you just out there rocking, playing your joints, And at the time, I'm gonna tell you what was hot at the time of the walkathon. Lottie Dottie, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about the version that everybody know public, like internationally, but the tape version of Lottie Dottie, the one that had the third verse, which is the verse about Vanessa Williams. You know what I'm saying? So there's this. I don't know if y'all ever heard that, but that that was like had that, and on that same tape, I think Treated Like a Prostitute was on that. And it's just
Adventures of Slick Rick. I got that.
Yeah, that's the album. That's the album. That came out a few years after the fact when he got signed. But the tape, that's like that's the original Lottie Dottie, and that had that third verse with Vanessa Williams on it. And I think at that same show he did Treat Her Like a Prostitute. And that was on. That was beatboxed. It wasn't to the track from Great Adventures. You know what I'm saying? That we know, of it now. It was just all beatbox. It just was crazy, man. Like it just had a sound and a feel that was like it would transport you to another world. And that's what I think made hip hop dope for me, man. It was different experience, yo.
Right. Well, shit. It being 50 years of hip hop now. What do you think about like hip hop today? Like, I mean, you still do got. I mean, everything ain't drill, everything ain't trap, and all that. You still do have some conscious rappers. You do still have. Not everybody is fucking a gangster rapper and shit. You know what I'm saying? But what do you think about today? But you got the different styles, mumble rap, all that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, all right. So I'm not. I don't subscribe to hating on the young people that's doing it right now. Truth be told, I'm happy for everybody because, think about it like this, man. You think about it, you from Detroit, I'm from Staten Island, you know what I'm saying? Bay Area, all of this, right? And technology and the culture has advanced so much, or even just the industry in general, the genre of music has advanced so much that, here it is, 35 some odd years ago, almost, 34 years ago, we come out with a record yo, if I'd have tapped your shoulder 34 years ago and been like, yo, you're gonna be on the Discord station with Kool Cam, y'all gonna interview because y'all gonna have the hood smoke. You know what? You would have never believed that. You'd have never believed that when you listened to Blue Cheese or Wonder Growing. It would have never been something that you could have believed. And so here it is now. We actually doing that, King. Like, you know, so one, the technology and the fact that now so many people have a chance and the opportunity to not only express and engage hip hop, you know, wherever they are, but be fully engaged. But there's opportunities for people to tell their stories, you know what I mean, to talk to artists and connect with artists that they would have never had a chance to talk to ever. You know what I mean? You know, you could go on Instagram and smooth talk directly to your favorite rappers on their posts, man. You could go to Facebook and talk directly to your favorite rappers on their posts. You know, and if you know, if your talk game is solid, you can actually build a relationship and a friendship with them. You know what I'm saying? And so when you think about that component of it, then you have to be like, yo, this is dope, especially if you know what to do with it, right? You know, on the other hand, you know, a lot of us is more locked into what's playing on the radio, and y'all, this mumble rap this and mumble rap that, and y'all, this drill rap this, this drill rap that. And I'm like, yo, if you upset because of the type of hip hop that's playing on radio station, then your hip hop, your cultural connection is questionable. And I say that because from the door, hip hop was not being played on the radio.
It wasn't.
You know what I mean? You had to, if it played on the radio, it played on college radio, right? Or it was playing late at night.
Yeah, 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
You know what I'm saying? Molly Moore, Red Alert, these cats was, 92 KTU, like it was playing in situations where and then you would get just a little bit of it. Like you might got an hour of it. You understand what I'm saying? It wasn't playing during the daytime unless it was Rapper's Delight or unless it was Houdini. Shouts to Houdini. You know what I'm saying? And rest in peace to Ecstasy. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother Jalil. And like you wasn't hearing all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so you sort out your favorite hip hop. You sort out the music that you love. You didn't just sit around expecting it to manifest in your ear. You had to go look for it. You went to the record store and got the Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force joint. You know what I mean? Renegades of Funk and, Planet Rock. You went to the store to get it because you wasn't just going to get it delivered to you. So I think a lot of us during the time when it became popular, we got into this mindset like, where it was so popular at some point, we got lazy about it and stopped looking for, as fans, stop doing our part and looking for the music, looking for what we like, going and seeking it out. And in the now time, because anybody with any kind of computing power, but it be it a phone or a laptop or a freaking computer, desktop computer, can make songs. Like it don't make this. So there's a million songs coming at you right now. And so for our minds, we feel like, nah, it ain't that I ain't looking for it. There's too much of it. And it's like, nah, that's all the more reason why you're supposed to look for it. Because there's a bunch of trash that comes at you. And I'm not saying any particular style or any particular region. I'm saying it's just a bunch of whack dudes that's able to make music because of accessibility. Back in the day, if you didn't have one of these, I don't know if y'all can see it, but let me show y'all. If you didn't have no bread to get you a MPC 2000, you know what I'm saying, or a freaking Ensoniq 16 plus, you know what I'm saying? Like if you had a Triton, you wasn't making hip hop music. You wasn't able to do that, and those things cost damn near $2,000 back in the you know, like early
The
90s.
peaks.
You know what I'm
The
saying? Yeah.
peaks.
So we're not even talking about anything else that come with it. So the financial barrier was not small. It was significant. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, all I can say is that yeah, there's a lot of hip hop that's whack. But even when we was coming up, there was a lot of whack rappers too. That was like,
but our whack rappers. Well, our whack rappers is better than these whack rappers. Some of them.
you know, I might disagree with you, fam, because here's the thing. You know, the only difference is that there's more of them. So you're gonna access more whack rappers because from when we was coming up, maybe 100 people was able to come out with records. Nowadays, 100,000 people can come out with records. So
I remember these young kids, these young cats were recording. They don't know how good they got it. Because back in our days, it wasn't no, if you fuck up, we're going to delete this and we're going to put you in here. Wasn't none of that. We had to go through the whole thing completely over again.
Right, when you was paying $100-something, $200-something an hour for a studio and shit.
But you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate that because what it did is that it made you seize it and it made you be on your shit when it comes to recording.
well, you know, so they got a different dynamic than us, right? So, you know, I'm looking around right now. I think I put them up on in my storage in my studio, but they have you know, I used to record on was it 3-inch or 2-inch reels? You know what I'm saying? The big fat reels and shit, right?
The reels.
Reels. And so, you know, when we was coming up, you could punch in, but it was, you know, you were more inclined to do your verse straight through. You know what I'm saying? Like you trying to hit it perfectly, you know. Back to the nest at the foot of the tree. One for the hype MC, the Kool and me, the Kim, the Kool-Aid. I'm a slave for no man. Stand like Lopez, slam like Lodan. Who can? You can. Damn, I'm granddad. Step up the runway, I'm a bearing for landing. 3-point drop to stop and freeze. Spin 360 degrees with blue cheese. Like you had to hit that joint perfectly so that you wouldn't have a bunch of like, it didn't sound good, you know, with the punching and stuff, right? And yeah, I remember we used to go to this spot in Staten Island. It's like $35 an hour. Yo, you had to get a summer job sometime, man, part-time job. You know, just so you could get that money up to be able to go in the studio and record a little something. Or you would buy you a little home setup, like the Tascam 8-track, you know what I'm saying, or the 4-track little tape deck thing that you could record like 4 tracks of music on.
Oh yeah.
Like yeah, you know, we was getting stuff like that. But like I said, the barrier financially to get into it was a different matter. You know, nowadays they have access to more technology. You understand what I'm saying? And here's another thing. For UMC'S, for example, right? When we was first like trying to get on, this is back in like 97, 98 at this point. No, excuse me, not 97, I'm tripping. 87, 88, all right? We used to go up to uptown in Manhattan in 125th Street, one West 125th Street. So it was literally on 125th Street. It was literally one West 125th Street, right? This cat named Crispin Blake McCrae, his father owned a club on 125th Street. And every Wednesday night, you know what I'm saying, we would go out there to perform. You know, mind you, now we 17, 18 years old. You know, 16, 17 years old. You know what I mean? And we would go there and, you know, it was like, you know, you might get like maybe 30, 40 people would come into the club to see us perform. And every week we would be performing. And so we had this opportunity to perfect being live entertainers. You know, we spent our whole, before we got on, performing live. Like I was saying, block parties where there wasn't even nobody really there. You know what I'm saying? Or little rinky-dink spots, or little rinky-dink clubs, or you might get a chance to open. You know, it was. But And what would happen was, because it wasn't like, you wasn't getting these grand opportunities to perform, sometimes you would be able to go into a space that was just trying to introduce hip hop into their space. So like your job was to make it work. And so you had to be dope. Like you had to learn how to really entertain. Like it wasn't just, I'm just gonna just get up there and spit and I'm gonna just walk back and forth across the stage. Nah, man, you had dance routines and acrobatics, and you had to have dope shows, and your DJ had to be nice. Like all kind of stuff was required.
All the elements had to be there.
Right. So here's the thing. You fast forward to 2023, and you got so and so is trying, little so and so is trying to do his thing, but he could do his thing in front of his laptop. He could just jump on Discord like this right now. Like, all right, let's look at it. Let's look at it from the perspective of being a podcaster. Yeah, now if you think about it, if y'all was doing what y'all doing right now back then, right? You would be on community television. You would on CTV right now.
Right.
You'd be on like the cable access.
Yeah.
You would be on the cable access network. You'd have to go take a class, right? To go learn how to use the camera and stuff. Yeah. Then you could get like a slot out of the week where you could do your cable access show. You understand? And you would be limited to who came to town. You would have to blow your cable access show up enough that the local reps would know your show and know to bring somebody through to your show. You understand what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine how difficult it was back then for shows like Video Music Box and stuff like that like, and the local shows that was around places like Detroit and the Bay Area, where cats was they were just enterprising like that, and they was out there, making it happen before all this technology. Now
we've been through it. Me and Gutta been through it and led the air. We know.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like now you can smooth jump on Discord, getting somebody inbox and be like, yo, this what time it is, we doing this, I'll get you. And you could be talking to the biggest artists. But yo, back then, man, listen, I can't even I used to be involved in CTV, cable access shows. You know what I mean? And even knowing how that went, I can't imagine how difficult that was. You know what I'm saying? Even knowing how that went, I can't imagine how difficult it was to be like how they did it. I can't even tell you. Like how Rob McDaniels was able to pull off what he pulled off with Video Music Box. I couldn't even explain that, yo.
Yeah, for real.
So, let me just circle back around and say, I say that to say that the opportunities that young people have now, and that all of us have, because I'm not young no more, don't mean I don't take advantage of, new media. New media, it is what it is, right? We all on the phones, we all on the computers, we all on, got smart TVs and smart this and smart that. So it ain't like, my mother's on Instagram and TikTok and Twitter and all that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? So it ain't like it ain't accessible to us. There's just more tools to do the work. So really, there's a really great opportunity there if you got dope ideas and you creative and, you got a little marketing in your body, you know what I'm saying? Where you know how to get out there and hustle and bustle on the internet. There's an opportunity for you to make a lot happen for yourself. And I think that the only real problem that we're experiencing is not that, it's these new rappers and that's not the problem. The real problem is just reaching the people from our era and getting them hip and getting them to follow and tap in and then support what's going on and not be stuck in a time warp. Because I think that that's the real problem. Too many cats is like, all cats talk about is 98 and 91 and this year, but my year was back in the day. It's like, back in the day is gone, son. Like, them days is past and gone, son. You acting like some of your favorite rappers still ain't getting busy right now. Cats is dropping projects right now. Cats is on different platforms right now, spitting, doing stuff, connecting, experiencing other parts of what it means to be an MC at an older age and what they do. Like, there's all types of stuff going on. But if you're not tracking and you're not committing, then you're not gonna be hip. And if you're not hip, then are you really hip hop? I mean, like, how you gonna be hip hop if you're not hip? You know what I'm saying?
You had the hop without the hit, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
No doubt, no doubt. Brother King X, you still with us? I don't know what Blatonio Todd. When I see Christopher George on there, he said peace to you, and he said peace to Haas G too and shit.
Yeah, shout out to my partner Haas G, aka Phantom of the Beats. You know what I mean? Out there producing, doing his thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if a lot of people know, but Haas has a nice body of work as a producer. I don't know if you know, but y'all remember Magic Stick, 50 Cent and Lil Kim?
Yeah.
He produced that. You know what I'm saying? Apollo Kids. He did that for Ghostface. He did Take It Off for Busta Rhymes. He's been doing a lot of stuff and a lot of other projects that he doing stuff like that. He's doing his thing. So me and him both together and separately have had we do a lot of stuff. A lot of people don't be hip. Again, but those that know and follow us, you'll be like, I didn't know someone was doing all that. That's crazy. Because you gotta keep in mind, all right, if you look into the industry to keep you hip, they never gonna. You're never gonna know what's up. If you want to find out what's happening, you want to come on, these types of shows where it's real hip hoppers that's taking the time to be like, we're gonna connect with artists that you're not hearing from every day, but they got dope histories. I want to know about their life and what they doing and what's up and all of this. You know what I mean? And so, you're not gonna see the UMC's talked about on allhiphop.com right now. You know what I'm saying? Even though we just got finished killing the show in Brooklyn, and I do shows frequently, as a soloist, because I got a whole body of work as a soloist, not as just Kool Kim, but it's NY Oil. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of the few rappers that was able to reinvent myself, as they say, under an entirely different name. Nobody knew it was me for the whole first 2 years until I let people know it was me. You know what I'm saying? And you would not know unless you was really into this like this. So a lot of times we thinking our favorite artists ain't doing that. No, hip hop is dead. What's up with the real hip hop? Be like, what you talking about? What are you saying? All these dudes is doing stuff. I'm looking at all kinds of dope stuff all the time. You just not here. I said, you don't know what's going on.
I still rock with Ice-T to this day, bro. Even when he put out a body count album, I'm on it.
Yeah, because if you bang with it, you're gonna keep up with it. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. You don't start it's like with actors in movies. You know what I'm saying? Denzel Washington been one of my favorite actors for most of for years. Since he came on the scene with what was that joint? I forget the name of that joint, but Carbon Copy. Yeah, that was his first movie and shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been with Denzel till just the other day. Me and my brother just went to go see The Equalizer 3. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna not go. I don't stop checking for what I love. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go do that because that's the difference between me being a consumer of hip hop and a cultural practitioner of hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I'm a part of the hip hop culture. It's a part of my lifestyle. Culture freedom. Culture is one's ways in acting. You know what I'm saying? And for us, hip hop is the culture of freedom. You know what I'm saying? Freedom now would be freedom from the lies and ignorance to keep us blind, deaf, and dumb. Hip hop has done that for us in the way that it's provided an outlet for us to connect from all different races, ages, locations, geography. You know what I mean? Financial situations. All of these different things have become a non-issue as long as you love this boom bap. And that's one of the reasons why I don't shit on younger hip hop, because I'm not letting nobody separate me from the youth, because I should be proud of them. They're a reflection of my dreams. Just like I'm a reflection of my mother's dreams and hope. You know what I'm saying? I didn't just make hip hop music because I wanted to be the center of hip hop music. I made hip hop music because I wanted to be a part of hip hop music. You know what I'm saying? I grew up, on my favorite artists was cats like Kid and Play and Brand Nubians and freaking Public Enemy and De La Soul and Ultramagnetic MCs and
hype for the critical beat down.
yeah, and freaking what's my dude, Daddy O Sonic, you know what I mean? Super Lover C and Casanova Rudd, Big Daddy Kane and Slick Rick and Dana Dane and
Jekyll and Hyde.
Nah, I wasn't banging with Jekyll and Hyde like that. I ain't really like they stuff that heavy. I ain't even gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? But respect to them though. You know what I'm saying? Respects to, what was it? 3 words to the whack. Get yourself back. And Boogie Dab. Is that like Jam on it. The crew that Nucleus. Who I
Nucleus. Jam on it. Jam on it.
So I had to, in these years, I've gotten an opportunity through the internet to make friends with a lot of these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like just the other day, right? On the actual hip hop 50th anniversary, I guess that's August 11th, right? I live in Augusta, Georgia now. You know what I'm saying? Settled down with my wife and kids. You know what I'm saying? We my kids are grown, but we all live here now. You know what I'm saying? And I had the opportunity. I drove down the block to this local venue that they invited me out to, and not only did I get to meet Positive K for the first time in my life, because me and him been kicking it online for like 2 or 3 years now. You understand what I'm saying? Like me and him, we got this inside joke that happened when I had did this. He did this this kind of remix challenge to the song he put out a couple years ago called Exclusive, right? And so he was put it out. So I did a challenge. You know what I'm saying? And did my version of it. And I did this whole video, everything too. He was like, "So you had to do all that." So we've been laughing about that for years now. And I finally met him. And when he was there, he did Exclusive. And he called me on stage, and I performed it with him. You know what I'm saying? And that was big for me, son, because I used to, he's one of my favorite rappers. You know what I'm saying? I got a man, and you know what I'm saying? And excuse me, man, no, we're not having it. All of the joint he did with MC Light and Positive K was a dope MC to me coming up. You know what I'm saying? And I just got finished doing a song with Bumpy Knuckles, Freddie Fox. You know what I'm saying? I got a bunch of songs. I just got finished doing, Master Ace. Shout to my brother Master Ace, you know what I'm saying? Who I developed a friendship with in these later times, right? He just did a play. He wrote his whole a hip hop play, and he asked me to be one of the voices of the mixtape version of the play. So I played a part of this character named Fax in the play, and so I helped him with that project. So man, there's so many opportunities. Yeah, I'll tell you. I'm gonna tell you in the head. Check it out. January, March 18th. I don't know why I picked this date, right? But this year, March 18th, I threw an event at my house, and I called it the Beats and Bars Barbecue. I had a barbecue at the tail end of winter, but I live in Augusta, so it'd be warm, but it was not warm that day, It was freezing. And I killed the MC from Jurassic 5 came through. You understand what I'm saying? Mad people came to my house, Yo, we had the whole block. Band came. Cats was driving 13 hours. Word is, Lord, my witness, came to my house. And we had such a good time. And I just got on the internet with all my strong people that follow me and was like, yo, come to the house. I'm getting it in. And people smooth came to the house and we had us a jolly good time. You know what I'm saying?
Was
And
some
so
ciphers going on? Some dope
and yeah, what was ill was that of the people that came through, right? I'm gonna tell you, maybe 99% of them I had never met to that day. I never met these people other than being on the internet with them, knowing them as internet personalities. And Cass came through and chilled in my house with me, and we barbecued, and we was ciphering, and yo, I blew up the bouncy house so the babies could bounce from the bouncy house, got on the bouncy house business. And yo, man, we just had a beautiful, beautiful time. And I say all that to say to everybody watching and tapping in, man, like, yo, to hell with this industry shit. Like, cause if you ask me about what I think about hip hop industry, I'm be like, yo, it's whack. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even gonna waste no time. Like, that shit whack. But if you ask me about hip hop, what I think of hip hop right now, yo, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. But it's just a matter of you got to step outside of the box or what the industry is talking about and just do your thing. You know what I mean? And so you don't got to be limited. You know, if you're waiting to get on the stages that other people set, you may never get on. You know what I mean? But if you just say, yo, I make my own situation. I threw an event in my house and everybody was like, yo, this is a music festival, bro. This was not a party. This was not a barbecue. Yo, this is a festival. That's what was happening. So, you know, again, I say, you know, it's a beautiful time if you can take advantage of it. You got the eyes to see and the ears to hear and the mind to think, man. You can make amazing things happen with this, yo.
Facts. Brother King X, you over there in space and shit.
Yeah, he in a nebula right now. He in a dark nebula.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
well, you know, I'm trying to make my way back to the planet Siri.
I know that's right.
But you was talking about reinventing yourself. That's why I was thinking maybe because Brother King X, you know, he's a part of the Nation of Islam now, and he's on positive rap. He don't rap about nothing like negative, like trying to bring up like he's getting in magazine articles and stuff like that. But he reinvented himself like a lot because he used to be in the horrorcore rap. You know what I'm saying? Brother King X, I'll let you explain this shit. Cause I thought you was gonna chime up for sure when he said reinventing himself.
Yeah, basically, I made a career as a horrorcore artist, as hallucinate. But as time went on, and certain events started happening, and you know, with age comes wisdom. And I'm like, man, I can't be rapping about doing the shit that I'm doing. And Judge Floyd just got killed, you know what I'm saying? Breonna Taylor and all the other shit. Then we in this pandemic. And I'm like, oh, I can't, you know what I'm saying? It was like the vibe was negative with the music, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm spitting out this negative shit. And then we getting hit with pandemics. And I'm like, damn, this is like all the shit that I had spoke on
coming to pass.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
Huh?
Coming to pass. All that stuff is coming to manifest, being made manifest. In the music, you know, you rhyming about stuff and what people don't realize, and this is what's ill, you know, not to cut your bill, but due to knowledge that is. You know, all right, so in the Bible, right, it says in the beginning there was the what?
Word.
It was the word, right? In Islam, right, when the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when the Quran was revealed to him, right, the Injil said to him to recite. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, He begins with the Al-Fatiha. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. So if you look at the Quran is a gigantic poem, just lyrics,
yeah,
right?
It is.
Right. Now, check this out. In the English language, right? If you say a word to me and I take a pen and a piece of paper and go to write it out, what am I doing with the word that you said to me? If you say a word to me and I write it out, what do I have to do? I have to what? Starts with an S.
Learn.
I gotta spell it. S-P-E-L-L.
Yeah, you gotta spell it out. You gotta spell it.
All right, so what do they call whenever you heard somebody do witchcraft or magic? What were they doing? They was casting
a spell.
They casting a spell. All right, so when witches have a coven, right? In the coven, sometimes you would see them do the thing. They go rubble, double, boil, and bubble, rubble, double, toil, and trouble, fire, burn, and cauldron, bubble, or rhyme. You heard? So the power of the word is so immense. You understand? And the you know, for some of us, we're not trying to tap into it that deep, and that's just fine. You know, if that's your vibes. But when you get into this thing enough, right? If you really into hip hop, if you into it like I'm into it, let me say, you acknowledge that this stuff doesn't necessarily come from you; it goes through you. You understand?
Right.
You will realize, like, let me show y'all something real quick. All I gotta do is just reach to grab it. Let me show y'all something. Boom. You see what I'm doing? I'm reaching under my coffee table, right? You see what I'm doing? Boom. Let me show you what I'm pulling out right now. These are rhyme books, bro. These are rhyme books that I done had for years. And these rhyme books, yo, you know, my NY oil. This is look at this. Look if you can see it on there. See what it say? NY oil. This is the book where y'all should all get lynched is written. This is where NY oil. This is the actual tomes of NY oil. So when I open this book, right, when I start tapping in to you know, what was in here, there's times when I look in my book and I know that I wrote this stuff. It's in my handwriting. Look, this is clearly. Look, I know I wrote these rhymes. I don't know if y'all can see, but yeah, you can see it. Mm-hmm. I wrote these without question. Yeah, but when I start looking at it, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes I see these little bits that I wrote, and I'm like, yo, where was my head at when I wrote this? I know I wrote this, but I don't. Where was I when I wrote this? Like, hold on a second. Check this out. You talk about hip hop right now, right? We talk about what sounds like what and who's who and all of that, right? I was 19 years old. I was 18 going on 19 when I wrote One to Grow On. Listen to the words, man. Grow on this to make your life seem great. Grow on this to take control of your fate. Grow on this until you finally understand. Grew and now the boys are you, man. Don't sit beside the shorelines thinking about your woes. Read the rips and waves, identify your foes. Then realize in this instance of existence, there's great resistance to the minds that mix this. Yes, I've made things known, but then again, I'm on the down low. It's obvious because my method shows that I rule on three planes of reality, universally, mystically, conceptually. Then in due time, you may find that, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what? I'm 19 years old writing this, bro. My first verse on When to Grow On saying, apprehend my method. My method is apparent. I see clearly this world's transparent. So I'll reach down deep, deliver salvation to the hands of the weak, the meek, the mild. Then tame the wild, because that's how I'm styled. The wizard of rhyme. My symbol is AU. And layman's term gold, so watch me shine through. A new zoo review coming, right at you, and you, Tim is coming through. I go on because my strength is that of two. If rhymes the boat, the beat must be my crew. Of mental ingredients, all of which is alarming, not harming, better said disarming. Yes, I disarm you, I neutralize your weaponry to make it more appropriate to deal with me, and then I give you one to grow on. I'm 19 years old right now. Yo, I recited that to my granddaughter as a lullaby. She was, I'm actually gonna post it. I posted it a couple of, like a year or two ago, but I'm gonna repost it just for, the general purposes. But yo, I played a lullaby song, dun, 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 like it was a lullaby song, and I was putting her to sleep, and I did the lyrics to One to Grow On, to the lullaby. And yo, my granddaughter went to sleep on One to Grow On as a rhyme. Like, yo, man, it's so much deeper than we be realizing the power of this shit. You understand what I'm saying? It is really mystical and spiritual. So that, like you were saying, King, that you realized at one point that it was like, yo, you realize that you make it manifest, and that the world is manifesting what you writing while you writing hardcore, right?
Hey, bro, you
At some point, you can't help but evolve. You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Real talk, though.
It's only natural, King. It's only natural. And and from back in the day, that line from When to Grow On, that the Wizard of Rhyme, my symbol is AU, in layman's term gold, so watch me shine through. I knew a lot of cats from Detroit that was telling me that When to Grow On kind of helped spark them up on the horrorcore joint. And I would eventually have the opportunity to do songs with my brother Poetic from the Grave Diggers. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And rest in peace to that brother, man, because he was one of the first people that recognized that I was dope lyrically. A lot of people didn't realize how like that I'm nice with mine. A lot of people didn't really know because they was basing it on the UMC stuff, but they didn't know that as an individual how dedicated I am to the craft. And Poetic was one of them people that did, and unfortunately passed away before he was able to put that project out. But I really wish he did, man. He's a super wonderful dude, man. As I think about him, I just want to take a moment as we talking, man, to acknowledge my brother Poetic and pray that Allah keep him safe and that he in Jannah right now, that he in heaven, and he's sitting with the ancestors and he looking down on us and enjoying what we doing, you heard? As he was an awesome man, he was awesome.
Like you said, like you were saying, like when I go back and I listen to my old horrorcore music, and my jaw be dropping, bro. My jaw be dropping. I'm like, damn, I said that. Like, I can't believe, I know I said it, but I can't believe I said it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, King. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Where you like, yo, what? I said, what? Like, yo, like, you saying stuff that's so deep that even at the time you wrote it, you meant one thing, but now you're listening to it 5 years later, and it means an entirely different thing, but it's even more important than what it meant when you first wrote it. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
For real.
That's crazy. And so, like, to all of my hip-hop hopefuls out there, all brothers and sisters, whether you on or not, whether you'll ever be on, quote unquote, right? Yo, your art, your words, they have value, man, and they meaningful, and they, in that when you're creating music, right, you're tapping into the divine. You got to acknowledge that, like, because it ain't as simple as you just, when anybody that's a creative person, like that does art, where they can look at the world and then interpret it through their art, whether it's singing, whether it's rapping, whether it's painting, whether it's photography, whether it's sculpture, whatever your artistic medium is. You're looking at the world and you're reinterpreting it for the eyes and the ears and the touch, the physical experience of other human beings that don't have that ability. It's about as close as you can get to superpowers, unless you're talking athleticism. You understand? Right. So when you think about it, how many times have you had a discussion with your old lady and you quoted a song lyric? You know what I'm saying? Or you talking to your mans and stuff, y'all building, and you quoting lyrics because the lyrics is so potent that they saying in just a couple of lines things that you would have. It would take you a minute to articulate. Where somebody say something real simple and it be rhyming. That's amazing. So all of y'all out there, whatever level of creativity you on, let me just say that the value of what you do is not determined by how big you was as an artist or how successful you was and how many shows you did or how much money you made. That is not what this is about. Hip hop is not about your paycheck or how famous you are. Hip hop is about expressing what's inside of you and getting it out of you and letting it live, letting it breathe, yo. This music becomes a living thing, yo. So don't ever, I don't care how old y'all are out there. I don't care if what you do don't sound dope to everybody else. They think it's whack. I don't care, son. You do your shit. Do not die with songs in your heart. Do not die with art inside of you. If you don't got to justify it because it pay the bills, it ain't supposed to pay your bills. You know what I'm saying? Cash is in the comic books. Do comic books pay their bills? Cash is in the Legos still. Do Legos pay their bills? Cash is in the working on cars. You know, they just they spend more money on them cars than they do on their monthly rent. You know, because it ain't required to pay their bills. Cash is into, you know, they play basketball until they old, until they can't even play. They got to do old man moves and shit. That ain't required to pay their bills. Cash is out here playing true and touch and flag football and playing soccer. Was you supposed to stop engaging in your passion because you don't pay your bills? No, exercise your passion and don't let nobody tell you that you're not supposed to do that. Do that shit. Whatever it is in your spirit, you do that shit. You find a space to take care of your, take care of what you're responsible for, right? Handle your responsibilities. Love on the people that you're supposed to love on responsibly. You heard? Do your duty, but you make sure that you carve out time to engage and develop and live in your passion. Because what is life if you're not doing that? Then you're just an ant on a goddamn ant farm. And I can never do that. So live, y'all. Like, don't let nobody be telling you still rapping? Oh, what you so and so years old? What you 45? You still rapping? What you mean I'm 45? I'm still, how would I not be? You know what I'm saying? The Edgar Allan Poe, did Robert Frost, did any of these great poets stop being poets because they wasn't 22 years old no more?
Right.
Was the last poet stop being the last poet because they got older? No, they still who they are to the day they die. So be who you are. You got a right and a privilege to enjoy this culture. So do that shit, man. Do that shit, yo. Word up.
That's what's up. And that's free game too, because we are trying to build like a younger audience. Our demographics do range from like the early 20s up to like the 50s, but we are trying to get we got like a couple younger rappers from Detroit coming out, Baby Tron, that's like doing numbers and stuff like that. We're trying to get some younger artists because we've had lots of legends, you know what I'm saying? Which we definitely consider you a legend and shit. You do and this shit for over 30 years now, huh? Over 30 years.
Yeah, we talking about like 30, like if I'm accurate, I've been doing it for 35 years.
Yeah,
you know, it's like professionally. And before that, we talking like 40 years, 40 plus years just into this. And let me say, I think that that's important work because that's another thing that we got to bridge is that, like, yo, it's a dangerous thing that they doing and it's slick, like do the knowledge. So check it out. Hip hop is an art form predominantly built by the African American, right? And in that the African American is the youngest of the Africans in the diaspora. You know what I mean? To the extent that, you know, we are redefining who we are, reclaiming knowledge, you know, we reclaiming knowledge of self, building what our own version of what culture is for us, and that's been hip hop, right? But in terms of having a history and, you know, all of these things, you know what I mean? We're still young, you know what I mean? And you have the youngest of all Africans in the diaspora, somehow or another now speaking to and for Africans all over the world, influencing the whole world to the extent that even Africans use the term nigger and be rapping and all this other stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, they're directly influenced by our music. You know what I mean?
Worldwide.
Right. So what a dangerous thing it is that in the music industry, you got to be like a little baby in order to put music out. Like, that almost makes no sense. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they got literally little children speaking to the world as if what they could say is as important as what an elder could say. And not to say that young people don't have important things to share, important narratives, important insight, because they do. That's a fact. Don't get it twisted. But could you imagine if we got rid of all this ageism where we separated through the generation and the OGs and the young G's was really chopping it up? You know what I'm saying? Where we was able to really talk, where cats was really doing music together and vibing together. Yo, can you imagine how dope hip hop would be right now if we was creating stuff together? Father to son, mother to daughter, father to daughter, mother and son. Like, that could really exist. I came up in a time, my mother grew up in a time where she listened to bebop. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, old time shit. I don't love you because your feet's too big, and you know, old shit like that, yo. You know, she had no point of reference for hip hop when I was coming up, but she supported us. My mother is a huge reason why the UMC'S even exist, you heard? And she poured into that financially, and yo, her patience. And when we used to be playing the music in the living room all day and night, trying to make songs, she just be in her room letting it rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, letting us do our thing. All my life, yo. You heard? Yo, how crazy is it that here it is, we're the first generation that we literally talk like our kids, we dress like our kids, we listen to the same type of fucking music, we into the same shit, you heard? And yet somehow or another, we don't have no connection to them. All we doing is hating on them. Like, yo, and the kids is in a situation where you ain't got to battle with your mother and your father about being into hip hop and stuff like that. We know the value of this shit. We know we built this thing. But somehow or another, the kids don't want to hear nothing from their parents. You're not trying to connect on no level.
That's how I got into hip hop. My parents.
You understand? So it's crazy for us to not want to and try to do music with younger people. You know what I'm saying? In fact, let me say this here and now. I'm going to announce within the next couple of days that I'm going to be like, yo, I'm saying this for 50 years of hip hop, that I'm committed to doing at least 10 projects for free with any young MC out here that's getting their shit on. You heard? Just on the strength, because that's what we should be doing. We should be connecting and passing the torch, or at least lighting each other's torches. Because the young people, y'all game tight, with technology in the way that, new media and internet and all of this, meta shit, virtual reality, NFTs and all this other type of shit. That shit, y'all living in that. Being on Discord, being on, Twitch and all this shit, game and all these things that we started. We were the beta testers of all of this, but y'all born into it.
Right.
And so there's so much that they can offer us who don't know how to navigate these spaces as well as they do. And we got so much to offer them in terms of game and culture and being refined and how to make it and have longevity in this. We got to connect, man. That we not connecting, to me, really is the enemy, man. That's the enemy in action, trying to keep us from being connected and doing this together and evolving as to the next level. Yo, imagine what our grandchildren can be like if we all connected now, man, before it's too late.
Right, and they've been doing that since slavery.
And yeah, I remember there's this movie that Robin Williams and Cuba Gooding Jr. was in. It was called What Dreams May Come. And through the movie, they both in the afterlife. And, Cuba Gooding is trying to navigate Robin Williams to find his wife who had committed suicide because she was sad about the loss of their 2 children. She couldn't recover. And so Robin Williams, who passed away, he was trying to save her, you understand? In the afterlife. And at some point in the movie, Cuba Gooding reveals that he's not Cuba Gooding, that he's actually Robin Williams' son that had died in a car accident. And so Robin Williams is like, yo, why didn't you, we've been together, do this all this time. Why you ain't say something? And he was like, because if you would have knew it was me, you know what I'm saying, you would have gotten to the same roles of father and son, and you might not have listened to me. You heard? But when you just recognized me as somebody else, you was able to receive what I was saying, and we got this done. And sometimes we got to step away from the roles that we have with each other, from old elder to youth, male to female, white and black, and rich and poor, and I'm from a coastal town, you from a Midwest city, like all that. That's a part of what enriches our experience, but that doesn't and should not be the point of disconnection for us. That should be the space and a place that's what we should celebrate, our differences, and be able to see how both of us or all of us interpret what we're experiencing differently and uniquely, and marvel in that. One of my greatest joys about being an MC and being the type of person that I am is having had the opportunity to be in a bunch of ciphers with people all over the world, wherever I traveled, man. Even if I was just casually just moving through the earth, man, like, just going place to place where I would end up just hanging out, and I'd get in the ciphers and vibe, and I'd be rocking with people the whole time. They would not even know who I was until I was leaving, and somebody be like, yo, something to do. I'm like, yeah, that's who I am. They're like, oh, holy shit. And I'm like, yo, I'm not here as that guy. I'm here as a hip hopper. I'm here as a dude that just love this shit, man. And I'm just vibing because the vibe, it's the fucking vibes that make us dope, man. It's the vibes, B. It's vibes first, man. It's the vibe. Do we vibe? Is it good? Do you feel good? We chilling? You know what I'm saying? You in the cycle with some cool people, you feel good, man. You ain't worrying about their economic status. You know what I'm saying? You ain't worried about what kind of car they drive. You ain't worried about what their bank account working with. You're not dealing with their race. You're not dealing with whether they're male or female. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. And that's what it's really about. You're not trying to show how tough you are. Yo, I do this, nigga, I punch you in your face. That's not what you on. You on, yo, I'm having a great time. I feel good. I feel comfortable. I feel like I belong. I feel safe. I feel appreciated. You know what I'm saying? I'm sharing a mutual interest with these people. I feel more close to these people than people that I grew up with, because the vibe is so prevalent that I don't even want to let this moment go. And that's why we all love hip hop. When you think about it at its essence, it's the vibes, yo. And it's a vibe you don't want to let go. So don't never let it go. For never. Forever for never. You know what I'm saying? Never let it go forever. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Like we say, it's more than music. It's like, it's a lifestyle. And like, you born in the 70s, you a hip hop baby. Especially if you was born in the city, like where I was born, Detroit, Southwest Detroit. I was in the studio in 91 with a group called the Young Guns and shit, recording music. We had t-shirts in the at the SWAT, like Gibraltar Trade Centers, which was like a kind of like swap meet spots and shit, cassette tapes. We was doing that shit. But yeah, hip hop is more. It's like a way of life. You grow up that way. It's like the soundtrack to your life, the music you listen to.
You know, me due to horrorcore being like the biggest thing in Detroit at that time, I must say I was fortunate enough to get signed when I was like 16, 15, 16.
Right.
Because of the style of rap that I was doing.
Right.
So I was, you know, fortunate enough to start my career off like early on.
So what do you got going on now? Like, what do you got? I know you never gonna stop. I mean, we know that. You made that perfectly clear and shit. This forever.
Yeah, never that. So, you know, all right, so right now, so I'm heavy on Instagram, you know what I'm saying? But I'm actually, you know, planning and hoping to move over to more like to Discord and Twitch and stuff like that, because, you know, we're really truthfully doing more stuff on my own website, because I want to have more control over my content and I don't want to be subject to no algorithms. You know, or the rules of other people's platforms, you know what I'm saying? But if you follow me on Instagram, you will see, like, I do, like, you know, people say I have some of the best content. So I do a lot of different stuff because I'm a creative. Like, I'm not just an MC. I'm hip hop number one. So I do all you know, all 5 disciplines, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm adept at to this day. But you know, I also do a lot of lifestyle oriented stuff. Like, for example, you know, I share like the fact that like the studio I'm sitting in right now is actually a shed that I bought that I converted into a studio. And you know, I did a whole live thing of like, you know, like the whole process of building it. You know, I was sharing that, you know, like the content, you know what I mean? And letting people see like from the floors to the, like, you know, from, you know, putting the insulation up and drywalling and mudding and taping it and the electric and, you know what I'm saying, and putting the bathroom in and decorating and all of that. You know, I was sharing that process with people. You know, my wife and I have a garden that we generate our food from. And so we share that stuff with people, you know, like my adventures, the great adventures of Kool King, basically, you know what I'm saying? But I also do these things called 1-minute takedowns. And 1-minute takedown is just basically because, you know, most of the like Instagram and TikTok type formats, they generally support short form content. And so I'm doing like 1-minute songs. And so I'm about to drop my next season of 1-minute takedowns. It's gonna start probably if not, you know, near the end of September, it'll probably be at the beginning of October. I'll be starting my new season of 1-minute takedowns. For those that know what's up, yo, it's crazy. We had so much fun with that. And I also have a show that I do on Instagram called Basura. Basura! You know what I'm saying? And basura, that's garbage in Spanish. And basura is, you know, I be pointing out shit that's whack. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you know, this stuff that's just stupid that people doing, or, you know, somebody doing whack. Because I think what happens is we get into too much where people be co-signing shit, not because it's dope, but just like to go along, to get along. And I think that's messed up. Like, that messes up the music and the culture and the vibes. Because, you know, one thing, like, you know, what makes stuff dope is when it's like, yo, if it's not fly, I don't care if it's your favorite rapper. If he ain't spit a hot verse, you're not supposed to be like, yo, that's dope just because it's him. You're supposed to say, yo, that's whack, son, tighten up. because you know your son's capable of something better. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I do that. I do a lot of stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and of course, you know, next year there's the Beats and Bars barbecue. So it won't be March because that's too soon in the year. It's too cold. So it'll probably be in April, like the end of April, which is around my birthday, April 29th. So you can expect that, like, that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I'll have it at my house again. It's going to be amazing. And, yeah, Sam, I'm doing a multitude of things. I'm doing shows, and I have a new single coming out. It'll probably be in October. I was hoping it would be out like now, but you know, I'm going about putting my music out the right way. In fact, let me just take a moment to talk to that if y'all don't mind. So I got a new single out with my brother Mark Payne. It's called Don't Wanna Talk No More. It's coming out soon. It's fire. One of the things that I've been working on is how to release music the right way. And most of us don't know how to do that. And I say most of us, I say a solid 95% of us don't know how to release music. So if you putting your music out on like DistroKid or through CD Baby or through TuneCore, you probably getting jerked. Yeah. Yeah, because what it is, you know, like if you do it through DistroKid, for example, there's a bunch of stuff they'll ask you when you putting the song up. They'll be like, yo, you have a, you know, what's your ISRC code for your song? Don't worry, if you don't have one, we can generate one for you. That's what they'll say. What's your UPC code? Oh, you don't have it? Don't worry, if you can't generate one, we can generate one for you. But see, with an ISRC code, international standard for recording code or something like that, and the ISRC code identifies that song, that body of work, as your song. It's a part of your catalog as a publisher. So if you don't have an ISRC code that you're generating, right? Yo, it's not on your catalog. It's on DistroKid's catalog. So if somebody wanted to use it in a movie or something like that, they might be slow to mess with you because they'll look at it as a DistroKid song. You heard? If you don't have your own UPC code, Universal Product Code, right? Then that product that you put up, that song is a product. It's a product just like a book. Like if you buy a book or a pair of glasses, you know how I have the little barcode that you can scan at the store? That's the UPC code, right? That's how you know you bought a pair of Timberlands from, you know, that this is a Timberland product. That you may have bought it in Foot Locker is one thing. That's the retailer. But that is Timberland's product. And that sale is registered to Timberland for their product is through the UPC code. So you may have a record label, but if you put your music out through DistroKid and you're not generating your own UPC code, it's not being recognized as coming from your record company. You understand what I'm saying? You know, if you don't copyright your music, you don't own the right. When you publish this joint, the person that can own the copyright is Instagram or Discord or Twitter or, you know what I mean, or TikTok or, you know what I mean, whatever. You understand? So YouTube. So if you don't publish it and control your publishing, you missing out on mad dope. If you're not on shit like the Harry Fox agency, you're not controlling that it goes up in the different places it's supposed to go up, like on Instagram, like when you go to use music and your music is on there because DistroKid got it on there, and you not realize you're not getting paid the money you're supposed to get paid because you're not connected to the right association to make sure that they tracking your money and getting your money to you. So a lot of us is leaving mad dough on the table. You ain't gotta be the top artist. If you just getting all your money that you're supposed to get by having all your ducks in a row, yo, you accessing way more money than you could if you went viral. You hear how many people talking about how little bit of money they're getting from streaming after having millions of plays, millions of streams, and they may make, you know, a couple $1,000. That don't add up.
No, I don't.
Millions, you know, you look at the streams, if you look at what it is, it be percentages of a cent. You understand what I'm saying? If we had the time, you know what I mean, I would go and it took me a minute to do it, but I would show you from one of the services that I had that's like DistroKid. Yo, I done had songs out, they done made $6. Meanwhile, when I sell it directly, right, I'm doing huge numbers. You understand? If you go on like Bandcamp, and this is a game I'm putting in the cash, so this is a free game. You go on like Bandcamp, yo, you're paying them. They're getting a cut up for whatever you sell, and you're paying the subscription to have your music on Bandcamp.
Right.
DistroKid, they're taking a cut of your streaming, which ain't nothing, is very little, and you're paying them yearly for their subscription. So they're getting you coming and going. And they're jerking you out of the rights to your shit. So this new single I'm putting out is taking me longer than I expected because I'm learning all of this stuff. Shout out to my brother Jai Witness, who's been teaching me a lot of this stuff as well. He's actually gonna drop a book soon, so keep an eye out for that. But you know, the thing is I'm trying to do it the right way, because what people don't know and don't understand is that, like, I have made, you know, the UMC'S and even as NY Oil. You know how much money I made from the UMC'S? Like how much money we got paid for selling all the records we sold as UMC'S? Nothing. I got paid nothing for that. So them songs that you love, you know, y'all came up on UMC'S, the Blue Cheese, and wanted to go on and on. We got paid nothing for that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, when you think of NY Oil, oh, yo, NY Oil, yo, that was cult classic shit. That was a classic. That was revolutionary. Nothing for that. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to switch it up. You got to switch the game up, learn the game, and then be able to actually take advantage of it. And that requires, you know, you actually really taking the time to understand what it is to actually put music out. So to all my young heads that's out here watching, I know I've said a lot of things in what I was saying, but what I would suggest to you is, like, yo, you know, go get your little Chat GPT subscription, or, you know what I'm saying, you ain't even got to pay for it. Just use the free version. And Smooth, ask it how to copyright my music. How do I get an ISRC? You know, how to set up my publishing company. There's dope people on YouTube right now that are resources that you could go and listen to them catch these bills, and they'll explain it to you in detail. And you could get in their inbox and ask questions. They be having little books there. Be like, yo, I just bought one from this sister that she gave me some right knowledge. I just spent $9 on her book. Like, yo, let me buy that real quick, because she giving me the insight. It's worth $9. That ain't even weed money, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's not even a blunt, yo. That's not even a blunt nowadays. So why would you not go and do that, get that knowledge, and then y'all control the fundamental level of your music, where people can't take your creativity and be making money off it and running with your art. And you over there like, yo, these cats is running with my art. I can't have it. I can't have it. You understand? So, yeah, man. Yeah. You know, word to the wise. That's me just giving y'all a little game. You know what I mean?
We appreciate that free game that you was sharing with us, and that everybody that's tuned in, that's going to be catching this on the replay. We got Kool Kim of the UMC'S.
Hey,
Definitely
hey, you know what? When I broke away from the label and decided to do the horror thing independent, the studio I was recording at was this dude named Ade Henderson, who owned the label, who did the electro funk music, and he was telling me about the UPC and the ROC codes. So what I did is that I went on a site and got my own codes, ROC codes, and got my own UPC.
Right on. As you should, yo.
And I thought And I thought it was gonna be and I thought I'm like, man, I ain't got no G's like that. I ain't got no money like that. But it really didn't. It really didn't cost nothing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, you spend $100 to get to set yourself up for the ISRC code. You can put 10,000 songs out. What? You know what I mean? The only thing that
you could bound, they got them when you could bound $5 a piece.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that with the ISRC.
No,
but I know that
off their site. I'm talking about off their site. They got it to where you can buy individually bound for $5, and they still got that option, the $100 in. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
you can
right.
do unlimited songs.
I know that for your UPCs, you can individually buy your joints for like $30 if you need to you just need one real quick, or you can spend like 100 and change, and then you can do like 10 of them a year. But again, I just tell everybody, go do your diligence. Don't be lazy about this part. This is the part that is the most difficult about being an entrepreneur and having a business. The part that you know how to do, the part that you're passionate about, that comes easy to you. But the stuff that makes your passion a business is hard. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to do. And so, you got to exercise the discipline to learn that stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to go find somebody to do it for you, because then you're a slave to that person, or you got to come up with the bread to pay that person. You know what I mean? And it becomes outrageous. You lose. They're gonna take a piece of what you got to do that. You want to be able to do that yourself. Like, yo, I can handle this for myself, and it don't cost as much for you, and you control it and you understand it, so you know where your money's coming from. You know how it's supposed to reach you. You know what it means, and you're not somebody's sucker, man. People will offer you stuff and tell you that they could take care of stuff for you just so that they can, get rights to what you have. You understand what I'm saying? And by the time you figure out that that's what's going on, you done got already.
Right. I want to introduce you to Blatonio, Todd. That's what we were telling you, our homie down there in Tucson.
Salute.
What up? How you doing, brother? You all right?
Yeah. I had trouble trying to get back on. Like after we were trying to switch it up and get back on, I had trouble. I had to even go through my account. So yeah, I'm back.
I was struggling to get on.
Oh, you too? Okay, yeah. Mine's probably a different deal. More of a meta-based thing. I was gonna just say. You guys, okay, yeah, but no, I'm here. Yeah, no, nice to meet you, my brother. I was trying to get back on like as quick as I could, but salute, like for real.
Bro.
Yeah,
no. That's the main reason. That's the main reason why I ain't got the Looney Tunes music no more, because I was so young when I signed, and they got the rights to that.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, he knew what he was doing. He knew I was 15, 16 and wanted to get in and do some shit.
Yeah, I mean, they take advantage of the fact that, we young, be impatient. You're trying to get on. You want to hurry up and be famous so you can be rich and get yourself out of the situations that you're living in. And really, you just creating a worse situation for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because then when you get older and you realize how much money that you got jerked out of, how much money you left on the table, it's like, yo, you pulling your hair out, man. You know what I'm saying? So, take a word from a wise man. A person, a lot of times, man, we be trying to listen to rich people because we think they got the answers, right? But a lot of times these cats don't really got the answer. Like, and I'm going to say why, because they not sharing your circumstances. A lot of people that you see as successful have been chosen. They didn't earn it per se. They may have been talented, but it was like your favorite rappers aren't your favorite rappers because they're your favorite rappers. It's because they had $1 million marketing budget behind them, and somebody keep beating you down in the head with it, until they became your favorite rapper because you was brainwashed into it. You know what I'm saying? That's why everybody got the same top 5. How does everybody's top 5 damn near the same? That's because that's all you know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you was really had independent thinking, your top 5 would be names that no one ever heard. Like, nah, my man so-and-so from out of Black Stuff Fire. What you mean? I never heard of that dude. Well, you ain't hit, but that dude crazy. You should listen to his shit. That was what people would say. But everybody top 5 got the same 5 motherfuckers in it. Because you don't, when you say a top 5, it ain't the actual top 5 rappers or top 5 whatever. You're talking about the top 5 marketing teams. Because they who's what they what you love. You know what I mean? And so, you know, so you can't listen to these cats talking about what it takes to succeed when they just got chose. You got to talk to people that got it out the mud, or the people that experiencing is telling you like, yo, son, I've seen how this shit could go wrong. You understand? And this is what I missed out on. So you need to be honest because I missed out on it and I ain't know when I was your age. Now that y'all, you know, my today is your yesterday and my yesterday is y'all tomorrow. Take advantage of my shortcomings or my experiences so that you could get up and, you know, you would be a leg up, stand on my shoulders so you could see further. You know what I mean? But a lot of times, you know, because we so enamored with success or what appears to be success, we can't see the forest from the trees to know that, nah, you know, I'm thinking my father don't know nothing or my mother don't know nothing because they not no big rap star. But some of the best advice I got now that I'm older was from my mother. If I had listened to the advice she gave me and she hadn't had shit to do with the music business, I'd probably be better off right now, considerably, just on the advice that she gave me. But I couldn't hear it because she wasn't no rapper, so she ain't know. You understand? She wasn't no successful so-and-so, so she ain't know. But it ain't about that, yo. It really is. You gotta listen. When a student is ready, the teacher will come. You can't be mad that people not giving you pipping you the game. People's always putting you on the game, but you paying attention when that game was getting when somebody was blessing you with that game. And a lot of us, if we being honest, the answer is no.
Yeah. Real talk. I mean, like,
Oh, that's fair.
no, for real, yeah. Oh,
And you know that's something that's one to grow on, not just for hip hop. That's one to grow on in life, yo.
In life, I was gonna say, well, yeah, that's life. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, your people that's around you, that's observing you, they know what you're trying to do. You know what I mean? And they might be like, yo, son, I know you're trying to do this, but you should get a job. She was trying to tell me this. She's trying to make me. No, it's only for, like, you got these rich niggas that's telling you, don't, you should just only be doing the one thing that you want to do and make it so you ain't got no backup plan. All you can do is win. That's the stupidest thing somebody can tell you. But that's something that somebody that got chose would say. But somebody that earned it, like worked towards it, and is constantly trying to, they would be like, yo, son, go get you a job because your job is you being your own investor. Your job is your first investor in your dream. You understand what I'm saying? Or somebody might say to you like, yo, son, if you're going to do this thing and own your own business, then you gotta develop, you gotta live beneath your means. So you gotta be real humble with how you moving right now. You too busy trying to be fly in the streets. You're gonna have to be bummy for a couple of years and stack your chips so that you can use that to support what you're trying to do. But if your lifestyle exceeds what you're able to generate, you have nothing to invest into what you're trying to do. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody might say to you, yo, you know how people say act as if, act as if until you are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does that really mean? Like, think about it for a minute. What does acting as if until you are really mean? Does it mean go buy the outfits and get the jewelry and talk shit like that's who you are? Is that act as if? Go to the clubs and talk, this and that, try to rub shoulders? Is that what acting as if is who you are? Or is acting as if until you are getting up first thing in the morning, organizing your business, trying to understand how to set your shit up the right way. Having a professional studio mindset where you go in the studio, handle your shit, and get the hell out of Dodge in a reasonable time and fashion so that the people that work with you appreciate you as an artist and recognize that you're a serious worker. You know what I mean? Is acting as if being on time. Like, what does Will Smith do to be Will Smith? Does Will Smith just be on Instagram and TikTok joking around and just be doing movies and living this kind of rich life? Or does he go to the gym every day to stay in top shape? You know what I mean? Does he take care of his skin and his hair and his internet? And do he have the right business relationships? And has he educated himself on how to manage his money? And that's acting as if. There's acting as if, and then it's fronting. Don't front. Don't front for me. I'm broke like you. What you fronting for me for? You trying to front both that neither one of us got. But if you act as if, you take on the ways and the actions of the people and the success models that you see. The work ethic that they put in. You understand? People talk about Eminem's work ethic. They say he in the studio 9 a.m. You understand? 9 to 5 is work hours for Eminem. Is what I heard. You know what I'm saying? He's not in the studio just rolling in at 8 o'clock at night after being scammed up, mad weed sandwich. You know what I mean? On the phone the whole time in the studio fronting for women. Nah, that's not what he's doing. He going in the studio early in the morning, putting in his work, getting his work done, because there's other work that needs to be done during business hours. This is business. You understand? That's what acting is it. But see, you're not going to hear that from somebody that got chose. A chosen person ain't probably doing none of that shit because somebody's doing it for them because they're using that person. So they may reach some level of reward, right? But it's not long-lived reward. But a person that is like, yo, there's other people that's like, yo, this is fundamental shit that's going to see you through life all the time. In any circumstance, understanding fundamental shit is always going to keep you up, afloat versus, chasing rainbows and waterfalls. And, that's just not a wise idea, fam. So, another jewel, another word to the wise for those that have eyes to see, ears to hear.
Man, I appreciate that, man. I can't thank you enough just for sharing that gem right there. This, I think,
work ethic is everything in the studio. When you come to the studio and do your thing, because the guy I've been recording at him for so long, and I'm so fast. And when I record and I come in and take care of my business, it can be some days I go in there and record. I'll be like, what I owe you, Gino? Oh, you don't owe me nothing.
Because, people respect the solid work ethic. What you do is you go into the studio, you already rehearse the song 30 times. So when you come to do your vocals, you're not trying to be like Jay-Z and Biggie Smalls where you're going to be making it up as you go along. You got to smoke mad weed so you could like, nah, man, you got to have $1 million budget to do shit like that. You don't got $1 million budget. You getting it out the mud budget. Getting it out the mud budget requires you to be resourceful and prepared. You know what I'm saying? So you come to the studio prepared to do work. When you go in there, and if you come in prepared to do work, yo, this is how we did Fruits of Nature album. Yo, we strapped all the tracks. Everything was laid. And then we came in and was just knocking the vocals out. Bang, 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 bang. We doing 2 or 3 songs a day.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? And we doing it. Yo, if you really getting tight, you should be able to lay a vocal to a song in an hour.
Yeah. No, true. Yeah, you should have it grab season ready, like
you should be able to lay vocals for a complete song in 1 hour, straight up and down. Because
agree. Yeah, we're on the same page.
Like literally,
it ain't but 3 minutes long song.
Yeah.
Right. Like literally, I done went in the studio in 3 hours. In 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
It came out with 5 songs.
That's how you should do it. That's what you're supposed to be able to do.
I feel we're on the same page on that. That's what I was gonna say. You get in it,
And he always, and my man always talk the same stuff about me, bro. He be like, man, this nigga Nate record too fast. I can't even make no extra money off this nigga.
That's how it's supposed to be because if you go in there, back when I was going into studios other than my own, the average cost for a studio was anywhere between $25 to $55 an hour. All right. So the median was about $35 an hour to go to a studio. All right. 3 hours in a $35 an hour studio is $105. You heard? That's a lot of money if you're not rich already. If you ain't getting money.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
You understand? So if you in there 3 hours, $105 to do one song is not a good flip. You understand? So if you
especially if you're not gonna make your money back, because
right. If you go on to put it in DistroKid, where you go on for streaming money, you may never see that money off that single. You may not get $105 off that. You know what I'm saying? Yo, if you ain't got no solid audience that bangs with your stuff, you ain't got no following like that. You put it up on Bandcamp. Your initial sales ain't gonna be but so much. You might make $200-300 off the sale. That's not a great flip. But if you go in the studio, I did 3 or 4 songs. I done laid the vocals down to 3 or 4 songs. Or before I came in the studio, I did the demos at home, and I sat with them for a week just to live with the songs, so that when I went in the studio, I laid them shit down, and all the shit that I thought about doing, I did it then. I was tight. I was ready, and that's what it's really about. So, what I'm saying that to say is that to all of the people listening, keep in mind that the wisdom is not necessarily going to come from these dudes that you think are successful. The wisdom generally comes from people that are resourceful, people that are finding a way to do the things that you love to do without all the smoke and mirrors, without the $1 million budget, they're still able to do it. They're still able to be creative. They're still be able to be innovative. They're still able to be productive. They're able to do these things because they understand how to do it at a fundamental level. And if you understand how to do something fundamentally, like I'll give you a good example of that. All right, so if you've ever taken up boxing, I took up boxing late in life, right? And
that's real. That's what's up. Yeah.
So you might naturally be nice with your hands. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You can throw your hands, say
yeah. Like from slap boxing to like just regular fighting. Yeah.
Right. So, but eventually, there's gonna be a space and place where you come up short because technique is gonna overthrow somebody else's talent. So you might be nice with your hands.
That's a crazy part.
But while you fighting, your chin is up like this.
Yeah.
When it's boxing, they teach you to keep your chin tucked in, like as if you got a tennis ball under it.
Yep.
They got your hands is in a particular location because that lowers the amount of you wide open. Now I ain't wide open no more.
Yeah, you need to keep it. Yeah.
That's why they call boxing a sweet science, because even how you turning your jab in, you keep from breaking your wrist. You see what I'm saying? Understanding how to slip a jab and come under bound. People think that you try to knock somebody out, you got to hit them in the jaw, in the mouth, in the face. No, you got to do is punch you in the liver.
Right.
Yeah. And you out of here. You out of there. You know what I'm saying? Your legs drop. There's no, you know what I'm saying? That's why it's a sweet science. But if you don't understand it from a fundamental level, as nice as you are, all somebody got to do is understand technique, and they're going to tear into that bread basket so hard, you ain't going to stand a chance. You understand what I'm saying? And so this is life. This is life. This is life. If you don't got the fundamentals to the game down pat, I don't care unless you get chose. And if you got chose, you ain't get chose for the right reasons. Believe that. You got chose because somebody felt like they could make use out of you. Not because you're controlling the situation. You're not a business owner. You're a business that's owned.
Damn. Yeah. That's real talk, man. It's not what everybody thinks it is. Yeah.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So, again, like, and this goes for young people that's listening. But this ain't you could be 45 and hear this shit right now and be like, true indeed. And it may make you realize something that you ain't realized. A lot of us is chasing waterfalls. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't really. But you chasing waterfalls, and you racing to stand under the waterfall with your mouth open, like, I'm under the waterfall. But really, you don't realize it's a motherfucker standing on top of somebody's porch pissing on you.
Right.
Yeah. And drowning you too at that. like drowning, like the waterfall is drowning your ass.
And you not realizing. You know what I'm saying? This guy's just chasing after being super famous, right? And it's like, yo, fuck being famous, be a working artist. How much money do you need to make a month to live happily and still and enjoy your passion? If you can make $3,000 a month, $4,000 a month, that's a good living.
Yeah.
Depending on how you live. Depending on if you live, you be like, yo, I ain't out here trying to buy no G4s and I don't need no damn Phantom Cadillac. I just
That's what I'm talking. Yeah. Live
I want to be able
nice.
to pay my bills. I want to live decently. Give me a nice little $200,000-$300,000 house that I could pay down on and give me a little oil joint that I could renovate. Woo, woo, woo. You know what I mean? And if I can make $4,000 a month, yo, this would be a win for me. All right, well, how do I get the $4,000 a month? All right, well, these are the ways that I can do it. If I can sell this much merch, so now you start looking at it saying, all right, well, $4,000 a month would be equivalent to $48,000 a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if how do I make $48,000 a year? If I have 500 fans, 500 diehard supporters that fuck with me the long way.
Yeah.
They like what I'm doing, and I can, and through the course of the year, I can get these 500 fans to spend $100 with me. Now that don't mean just on like one single. That might be they may buy a hat, they may buy a T-shirt, they may buy an album. You know what I'm saying? They may come and see me do a show, but ultimately they spend $100 with me a year. 500 times 100 is what? 50,000.
50,000.
Yeah.
So do you need 1 million people to bang with what you're doing? Do you need to be super famous? Or do you just need 500 people that fuck with you the long way? Now that don't include another 500 that may not spend $100 with you. They may spend $20 with you. That's another $1,000.
Yeah. Damn. No, real talk. I mean,
hey, you know what? Local legend Eshawn from here, he had that formula so down to the pet. By the time he graduated high school, he was sitting on the million.
Yeah, he's a millionaire. Started in the 80s.
You know what I'm saying?
Hands down, like the way he's breaking it down, though. This right here, like
in t-shirts and Esham hats and his group logo and label logo merchandise. That's what he made his money off of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So once you start figuring out that formula,
yeah.
He's like, yo, this is what I need. I need this amount a month. You know what I'm saying? If you got 1,000 fans that bang with you and won't spend $100 with you, how much money have you made in a year? $100,000.
Damn.
You know It's so,
and like like you broke it down. You're like, yeah, you don't have to have the Lexus, or you don't have to have the 2-car garage. No,
I
living.
mean, but if you do 100,000 miles a year, you do got the Lexus. You do have the 2-car garage. You
Yep,
understand that?
yep. No, exactly. Yep, exactly. Yeah,
You may not have,
yeah.
you may not have the $100,000 watch.
Yeah. The extra. Yeah, yeah. The extra.
But at some point, like, well, shit, what I need that for? I'm riding clean. You know what I'm saying? I'm riding clean. My furniture's nice. I get my hair cut. I got a nice little outfit I can put together. I can go places with my lady.
Yeah.
My kids are taken care of. Christmas is fun.
Yep.
Yeah, birthdays is fun. We go take a little trip. Yeah. I got a solid life. And I got this solid life doing what I love to do. Not what I hate to do. I ain't going to work hating this shit. I'm going to work happy.
Yeah. Happy
That's a hell of a thing.
Yeah.
So even when we look at, you know what I'm saying, the podcast is the hood smoke. Was it the
Hood Smoker Podcast? Yeah.
Hood Smoker Podcast.
Yeah.
And now we looking at the Hood Smoker Podcast and we like, yo, we gotta get the T-shirts. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let me hear you. Let's smoke some. You know what I mean? It's a smoke some. You don't necessarily have the Hood Smoker Podcast because now you're just branding. You don't want brand. You want something that people just want to buy and they're gonna wear it because that shit fly. A smoke some. A smoke some thing. Got the logo that's just crazy. It ain't necessarily the branding. It's a logo that's associated with the brand. You know what I'm saying? But it's something that anybody would want to wear because the shit is fly. Right, so now instead of just waiting for this Discord bread, to whatever extent that is, now you got the merch bread coming in, the hat bread. You know what I mean? That's an extra, that's $500,000, $500,000 a month coming in.
Yeah.
It's a whole different vibe. You know what I'm saying? Now you got the following come up enough that you know that you got 150 people that follow you in Detroit. There's 200 people banging with you in the bank.
Right.
There's 300 people that's fucking with you in New York. You know what I'm saying? And
trust me.
We got 3 cities that we banging in. That if we went to those 3 cities and did a show, not just the show, but we could bring an artist out with us to do the show, we could shake it out right now.
Damn.
We could make money off doing shows. So this is like it's looking at what you're doing and then figuring out how do I make this shit work. I got a loyal fan base that supported that bang with me. You know what I mean? We could be throwing a yearly trip. We could throw a fucking boat cruise. Like whatever you want to do. If you got people's ears, you got people's attention, then do something with it, right?
Real talk, yeah.
And then the possibilities are endless. It's not about, I want to do the smoke fest. I got to have 5 million motherfuckers there. And if I can't have 5 million motherfuckers there, I ain't doing nothing. Now it's let me do the thing that I can do. If I get 100 people there, you know what I'm saying? And 100 people ready to spend $40 with me, that's $4,000.
Yeah. Easily.
And then
and you know what? And speaking of merch, man, I made so much off of these doing my horrorcore days.
What's that? I can't.
That was my own sneaker. No, that was my sneaker.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Yeah, that's how deep I was in horrorcore. I had gym shoes, jerseys, hats.
That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's just figuring it out and then executing in such a way that it's manageable and getting yours, yo.
Yeah.
Get yours. What's up? Yeah. Like, get yours. Why? And believe me, what I'm saying to y'all is me reminding myself of, getting back in focus. Because sometimes I lose focus because I start getting with the work that I've been doing, my 1-minute takedowns and my sort of, I be getting looks from people in the industry. And so now you're kind of waiting for that big industry payoff. Now, we're not playing the lottery with our careers. Don't play the lotto. You scratching. You trying to do the scratch and win. Like, don't do that. You do stuff that can consistently build your brand, not because you're trying to have a brand that somebody wants to invest in. You have a brand that people are willing to purchase from.
Real talk. Yeah.
And if they want to purchase from that brand, you have an income source. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, I know you jumping in late, Blatonio. Is there anything you wanted to ask Kool Kim? Because I mean, we already over 4 hours in and shit. So,
Well,
I mean,
yeah, on top of no, I'm glad I got to tap into it because I was struggling to get in. You know, that's
I
what I'm
know your
saying.
homeboy Christopher Jordan he was wanting to chop it up with you. He's in the comments, but he wasn't in the. He was on the Discord earlier and shit. So.
No, I've been enjoying this. I'm glad we got to meet my brother. My thing was I was gonna say like how much we know hip hop has changed over the years, and everything you said is like knowledge. You know, like definitely, it's like that record deal and stuff. You know what they tell us, and it's like these rich motherfuckers who do this. Would you say like okay, not about the talent, like of today's hip hop because it's changed so much? Would you say some of these kids are kind of smart with what they did with the SoundCloud? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because it kind of like some of them like were started out independent. Do you think they were going the right route? Like as far as if that makes sense.
I think these young people are absolutely brilliant, yo. Are you kidding me? You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
They're absolutely brilliant. And older cats, we gotta pay attention, and start tracking so that we could learn how to get some of that bread too. Like, are you serious? You know what I mean? Like,
that's what I was thinking. I think it's like they almost need guidance, like from us, like as far as the art, but it's like they were brilliant as far as the business part. Like when like they're not saying the greatest, like stuff that's ingenious.
Wait. Let me stop you there. These young kids is fire. Let's be real here. Like if you listen to these lyrics and the cadences to the they're not just that mumble rap shit. That's really what the mumble rap shit is? That was Designer and Future were the two people that mumble rap. You heard? Those are the ones that was doing that. But you can't tell me that Kendrick Lamar's mumble rapping, J. Cole ain't mumble rapping, the Migos ain't mumble rapping.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not mumble rapping, they spitting. So what is we really saying, right? So if that's the truth, then we gotta track the fact that these kids a lot of these kids are dog walk your favorite rappers.
Yeah.
Bone for bone. Did you ever hear the You ever hear that? Like, it was a battle a few years ago between Tory Lanez.
Oh shit.
And What son's name?
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Tory Lanez was. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. I'm gonna pull it up so I can. This shit was a fierest. Yo, that's one of the best battles I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Let's see. It should come up automatically. Joyner Lucas.
Oh man, Joyner, yeah. Joyner.
You ever want to hear a classroom, like a fucking master class in just getting busy? That battle happened in one day.
Oh shit!
It happened like in 1 or 2 days. But if I got it correct, it happened. Most of it happened in one day. And this day was dropping because it was starting. I think it was starting on Instagram. Like they was going at each other, whatever. And then next thing you know, Joyner Lucas started. Man, that shit was so. Oh my god, yo! That shit is so fire.
Yeah.
Bar for bar, yo. If they went at, like I said, they went at your favorite rappers with that shit that I heard on there. You can't really think of nobody that was going to be able to hold up on that. It'd have been a hard. That's a hard. So I listened to that Tory Lanez verse. That shit goes so hard that if he'd have directed that shit at me, I'd have been very upset. Like, yo, damn, I'd have been sweating. Like, yo, I got focus. You know what I'm saying? Because that shit was ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know?
Real talk.
That shit was ridiculous. So, you know, I think that it's lazy to just simplify they talents to mumble rap or that they not dope. They get busy. But the fact of the matter is, this is why they smarter than cats, right? Is because they're giving people what they want. They're giving you what's going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, you going to try me if I rap like this? I'm going to give you that. Give me that check.
Yeah.
They're not wasting time playing like that. If I'm the ethics, look where the ethics got us. Nowhere. I mean, yeah, we established a a billion-dollar industry. This is a fact. But it's not a billion-dollar industry that we really reaped any and much benefit from.
True.
They are for the bad. They watch their mothers and fathers get jerked. They're not for that. They are for the bad. And so it would do us wisely to pay attention and respect it. You understand what I'm saying? And listen, it can't be denied that what we have over them is longevity. A lot of them ain't gonna be able to make music 20 years from now. People be gonna check for it. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily see that happening. I don't see for them with hip hop 50 or hip hop 100 if it even get that far for them, because the type of music they making is a little too disposable. You know, it's a little too fad oriented. It's a little too novelty. Like you got the girl Sexy Red. Like once she's done, you'll never hear from her again. You'll never hear from her again. Like, you talking about your booty hole, shit like that. Like that's novelty music. You understand what I'm saying? But she's not young hip hop. Young hip hop, like look at the what's these kids' name, man? Roscox is one of his Coast Contra.
Yeah.
Coast Contra fire. You know what I'm saying? So we talking about young hip hop and ready to shit on it, and then we acting like Coast Contra ain't around here putting in that work. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us what you're looking for. As mad rappers that give you what you're looking for in terms of hip hop that's young, do we support it? Nah, because we ready to shit on young people off the rip. So no, I don't really subscribe to that, because that's literally throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I subscribe to dope shit. So if it's dope, it's dope. And I don't really care what the age of it is. And I'm not looking at it like that. If anything, like I was saying earlier when we was talking about this before you got on, I'm more interested in how can I take advantage of what's happening now. You know what I'm saying? And learn. And what can I do? What we're seeing now, especially with the Hip Hop 50, is that what we're seeing special with this is that old school artists is filling up stadiums.
Yeah.
And the shows is going off without a hitch. Ain't no violence, ain't no wild, except for that shit that happened in the UK with that whack rapper that jumped on stage and tried to violate Big Daddy Kane. But you're not hearing about fights in the crowd. You're not in the shows starting off on time, professional, clean, dope sets. Shit is, and people's like, oh shit, there's money out here for these old heads. Nah, there's money in this older demographic that's not getting served. You understand what I'm saying? But again, that doesn't mean that you should turn your nose up to these young people, because they're brilliant. And so I think, as far as what do I think of the progression of hip hop, I think that it's doing exactly what it should do, all things considered. And by that I mean, if we as hip hoppers didn't establish the infrastructure and the systems and the institutions that would serve these young people as they came up in the game, right? Then we can't expect them to follow. We can't expect them to follow in our footsteps if we have not left any footsteps for them to follow in.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can't be mad at you because you doing a type of rap that I'm not into. But the type of rap that I did, I ain't even got no record label that I would be willing to support you spitting like I spit. Most of these young cats can spit like we spit. They can rhyme like we rhyme. Ain't no money in that. Ain't no money in that.
Yep.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
real talk. No. Then this is what like this is what I love right here. I'm enjoying this interview right there. It's breaking it down, not just for myself, but for everybody else right here. Like who really loves hip hop is. Yeah.
Because like I could write poetry. I could write the shit out of poetry.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I would fill you with gas and drive you if I could. Straight out the hood if I felt it could do us some good, but you're no car, and yet still you stay. That's poetry I'm saying right there. I used to be one of the first poets. Me and Sonia Soul used to travel up the Eastern Seaboard. Before that, I am walking through we was the ones that brought that shit into being. All you gotta do is just to see that I'm telling you the truth. Look up a thing called Flipping the Script, Rap Meets Poetry, and look at the year that came out, and then you will know. Oh shit, he was one of the first people doing spoken word the way we know it to be now. Yeah. However, I can do that, but there wasn't no money in no poetry books when I was writing Blue Cheese and Wonder Growing. Wasn't no opportunity in that. So I did what was going to work, hip hop. I could have just assumed did poetry. I could have just assumed wrote short stories. If it had something to do with writing words, I could do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I can write books. It's easy for me. I could do cat in the hat shit. But I ain't see no win in that for me. So I did rap. You understand what I'm saying?
So I mean, like you're saying it was like last poets type, like going way back, like
you could have did so we could have did that shit. But that shit wasn't going to win.
Yeah.
So
I mean it's fire, but it doesn't sell to everybody.
That's actually how I learned how to write rhymes. Was from doing poetry.
Yeah.
This is ironic. This is ironic. This is ironic about me going into hardcore. My first poem I wrote when I was like 6, 7 years old was an Easter poem about Jesus. 6 years old. Teacher sent a letter home to my mama. Mama like, what you did? She read the letter. Oh, I think this is advanced for his age.
That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So you gonna get in it how you get in it, but when you start wanting to do it professionally, you're gonna do it in such a way that's gonna work. You know what I mean? That's why, like when y'all was reaching out to me, it's like, yo, this is how we do our joint. We ain't doing that since we're not trying to dig up dirt and all this other nonsense. We just trying to have solid bills and catch a solid, real conversation, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely. Yeah.
You have an ethic that you want to follow, but you also know that if you come on here and dig up dirt and get into a bunch of bullshit, that you can go viral easier. You know that's true. And it may make things easier for you. You know what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is, as with water, all things go to path of least resistance. So if it's going to be less resistance for you to do some controversial, hack music, most people going to do it because that's where you can get the bag from. You know what I'm saying? So you can't knock these younger people for trying to get the bag if there's no systems infrastructure and there's no support. Like, if I'm gonna do the type of hip hop that I was NYO, I was doing conscious hip hop music at a time when wasn't nobody doing it. I'm the person that brought all this woke shit into being. Yeah. But the fact
real talk, No, I know that. Yeah, I mean, as being a fan, I made the flyer, so you knew, like, in the background what I put on it.
So you know what time it is. But so but there was no support for that.
No.
I wasn't doing no shows as NYO without getting paid to do. I wasn't getting no bread for that. And to be in such a dangerous position and have no ability to maintain it as a sustainable income, you're putting yourself and your family in jeopardy. You can't expect that from nobody. You want somebody to do good in the world, but you're not willing to support it. You want somebody to do what you want them to do, but you aren't willing to support it. That's not real. You know, that's some bullshit. You can't put that on nobody. And I'm not gonna put that on young people to have the expectation that they're gonna make the type of music I think they should make, but I'm not even gonna support them because they making that music. I ain't gonna go out and buy their record and show support for the young heads that's making the type of hip hop that I believe in. Well, then they got to do what they got to do.
Yep.
Just real talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's facts.
Man. No, that's what I mean. That's, that hit me deep right there. Cause because I mean that's what I always seen was like, conscious right there was like what I always caught from the, what you was doing. That was like before anybody was doing it. Yep.
My personal integrity as a man requires that that it's at least an 80-20 split. You know what I mean? Like 80% of what I'm doing is trying to be positive and uplifting and motivating or inspiring on some level. I'm all work and no play make Jack a dope boy. I'm an MC, so I spit that. I talk my shit sometime when that shit true, because it's I'm creative. I like to create, but generally I'm trying to create. Whatever I'm making, whether it's being rhymes or if it's basura or the 1 minute takedowns or songs or just my content where I'm showing people how I build stuff, or I show people when I moved into the house that I have. I bought this house I live in for $8,000. You heard? And it was just didn't have no bathroom or kitchen. And I over the course of 8 months, I was pretty much vlogging and sharing on Facebook this thing I call it Life After Hip Hop, where I was sharing, the process of building my house. And I was from New York. I didn't grow up learning how to do no shit like that. I was teaching myself and watching YouTube. But I felt like it was something good to share with people so that people would see that it's possible. Like you don't gotta, be under this $200,000-$300,000 mortgages, and like you didn't have to do that. There's other ways of getting it, right? Yeah. So all I can say is that the point of it is I try to do stuff that's positive and with good intent. You understand? Because that's who I am as a person. But when the rubber meets the road, I've also observed that people talk a lot of shit that they want, right? I want this positive shit. I want this. We gotta do this. We gotta do better for the baby and all that. Yeah. But when they present it with it, they don't do nothing to support it. You understand? And they act as if like God just gonna make a way for you, and God do make a way for you, but not a way to riches necessarily. He may just make a way for you to sustain, but it don't be enough to warrant. Like, can you imagine y'all doing this podcast day in and day out? You know what I'm saying? Y'all got mad artists that y'all got that I've seen all the flyers for that y'all gonna be doing. At some point, you're gonna start tapping into the irresponsible level when you start being like, yo, the fucking internet costs money, my man. Like, I got Xfinity as a motherfucker. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Or you're like, yo, well, you gotta go get your computer fixed, or you gotta get a new webcam, or you gotta get a new this or that, or you wanna get one of these iRig shits like this because this is gonna help your sound better. Because we gonna rock the sound through. Now it ain't coming through the phone no more. It's coming through the iRig, so I'm getting professional studio sound on my thing. That's $150. And you start being like, yo, I'm spending mad money. I'm entertaining people for free. Where's the ROI? Where's the return on investment?
Yeah.
Right.
Real talk.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, yeah,
And,
I know what you mean.
At some point, then the whole, we not sensationalizing shit go out the window because people wasn't they vibe and they didn't support you in you doing this positive shit or this more enriching shit that they said that they wanted.
Yeah.
And that's something that is not on you. That's something that's on the fans and on people's lack of character and lack of morality in the way of being real about what they're saying. And that's something that people in general got to stop doing is trying to bullshit themselves and other people and say that they want certain things, but when it comes time to support those things, they like just be like fuck it. But like the women be saying they don't want to be disrespected. Or why black women got to be bitches and hoes and that, but be in the club dancing to the most ratchetest shit in the world.
Yeah, like present like respectable character, present, like exactly.
Yeah, it's like, yo, you saying you want this, but your actions is showing me something else. So I'm not sure what to give you.
Yeah,
I'm believing in the crusade, but when the brother meets the road, you know where to be the fam. I didn't spend all this money we talking about you spending to make a song, right? And it cost this amount of money and that. You just spent all this money on a gamble that people really wanted to hear this type of good music. You done made that shit. Not like you couldn't have made. Like I could rhyme just like kids rhyme right now. I could rhyme any style, as good as they can.
Right.
That's why I do the 1 minute takedowns to show and prove that I could do this. Right. I made Blue Cheese. Blue Cheese was number one.
Man,
I made a pop.
Man, that was man. Like to this day, love that one.
but I turned the NY Oil to do positive shit because I know that was what was needed. You heard? But
like there was more balance. Like I would say, like back in the day, like we don't have Bismarckies, we don't have Public Enemies to balance it out.
Yeah, but you at the same time, and Bismarcky and Public Enemy don't have the fans that believe
that was making that money.
Will go and support that and go show that love. You know what I'm saying? Because the radio is not at some point. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. If I'm making some dope shit and people is buying it and supporting it, believe you me, people's going to do the same shit. But if the only thing that wins is going to get money and get opportunity is saying shit like my pussy hole pink and my booty hole brown.
Yeah.
Well, that's what people are going to do because that's what's going to work. And at the end of the day, electricity costs to run this little shed studio that I'm sitting in right now. This shit costs money. You know what I mean? My electric bill be like $600 right now. That's because the summer is hot as fuck and the AC's always on. But it don't change the fact that electric costs is this Xfinity costs. You know what I mean? Getting a new phone with a new camera so you can upload shit to Insta. That shit costs. Making content costs. And if we don't acknowledge that from our favorite creators, rappers or otherwise, we gonna lose dope shit. And AI is never gonna be able to create this shit that comes from the heart. That's stuff that only we can make, man. Yeah. So that's pretty much that, y'all.
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry for coming on late myself. I'm just like, man, I'm honored to be that tapped in, man. Like this has been a jam.
Yeah, it's definitely an honor to have you on here. You definitely a legend.
Yeah, like
for sure.
On the real.
Your time out.
Let me just say before I float, you know what I'm saying? I know we're about to wrap it up. We've been on here all night, and I got on here late, and I don't want to hold y'all brothers, and I'm on old man hours too. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let y'all know now that we finished the interview. I had my phone set to remind me that I had the interview, so it was set to wake me up at 8:30. Because I be in the gym now, so when I'm in the gym, it's like I'm be extra tired, right? And so y'all fell asleep. Yo, I'm hearing something buzzing. I wake up, I'm like, oh my god. Y'all wake up, it's 9:30. I'm like, oh shit. I'm gonna listen to the studio. So, but let me just say that, thank y'all for having me. Thank you for the effort that y'all put in to promote a dope show and to have me a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my Staten Island fam. You know what I'm saying? That was
Christopher Jordan right there. Like
shout out to Christopher Jordan. Because he reached out to me off the rip, like, yo, sir, I really want to have you on the show, and he really pushed to make that happen. So shout out to big ups to my brother for that. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate him. You know what I'm saying? Staten Island come first, the vibes. Um, yo, I hope that my time with y'all have been enriching. You know,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
not
most
really,
definitely.
yeah, I'm not really the one to come on and be trying to promote everything that I'm doing all heavy duty and tell you the story of this. I'm more like inclined in these situations to try to speak truth to power and just have conversations that I feel like whatever the spirit is at the moment that lead us, so that the shit that I'm talking about might could be relevant for somebody listening, and maybe it could inspire somebody or get somebody some direction and get that person motivated. You know what I mean? Like that's more important. So I hope that my time with y'all has been valuable for somebody out there. And to that person out there, listen, it may not happen today, it may not happen tomorrow, man. It may take years and years before you see the sunshine. But don't stop, man, because you know, man, a new life is just a decision away, man. So make a decision to be fucking dope and keep striving till you get there. And don't let nobody tell you that you're not worthy of it. And don't let yourself tell you you're not worthy of it just because it ain't happened when you saw other people getting it, or you ain't getting it the way you see other people getting it. What's for you is for you. You know what I mean? But the main thing is that you do it your way and you feel proud of yourself for having done it, and you don't go to your grave feeling like a failure because you didn't give it a shot, or you could have tried but you didn't because blah blah blah. Nah, man, give it your best shot and enjoy what you do, and make sure that you're proud of what you do, and then keep on doing it. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is your friendly neighborhood fly guy, Kool Kim, aka NY Oil, and I approve this message, yo. I talk to
Man,
y'all. You heard?
salute.
Yeah, salute, family.
Man,
Kim,
anything you
UFC.
got coming, man, for real. Like we will, like, definitely, like, future episodes. We always open up things. We know we couldn't show like different things when we do the intro, because like the definite labels. But anything you got going is like independent and all that.
Yeah, and I
We
put
got
your
you.
Instagram
As
down
soon
there.
as I get the new single, I'm sending it right to y'all without question. You heard?
Okay,
Without question.
that's what I meant. Like,
No
yeah, we will
doubt.
put it on. Definitely, don't doubt that. Like, no, no question.
Yeah, it was
It's been
definitely
an
an
honor
honor.
having you on, my brother. Like,
It's my pleasure, man. I appreciate y'all, brothers. You heard?
salute. Yeah.
Y'all
Mhm.
stay up, man. Keep doing the
Yeah.
good work, yo.
You too.
Peace.
And you're always welcome to come back on too. Like, go.
I'll be back. I'll be back. You can bet that.
Yeah. Salute, man.
Peace.
Yeah.
That's cool,
That
Kim.
was
You
just
know what I'm saying?
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dope people. Yeah, I was wondering what happened with you. My phone died and
Yeah.
shit, so I don't know if you was
Yeah.
messaging
No,
me
I
or
was.
trying to
No, I
call
was.
me. You think
Yeah.
Talib got a little upset or something? I don't know.
I think so. Yeah. My brother got like a little upset maybe. Like. Oh yeah, yeah. With Talib, yeah. I mean, because I was trying to do that. Then I had to go through this different thing of all these different like my stuff was restricted. Then it was almost like I was restricted from even going on even my messenger until I went through that whole thing on that. So it's like
Meta fucking with you. Meta
yeah,
fucking with you.
meta. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, meta. That's why I said to the meta level. And yeah,
But I
so
think that was a dope interview, dog. We're going on fucking 5
mm,
hours and shit. So I mean,
damn,
brother King
yeah.
got to get on this bitch sister.
No,
Nigga, I know you ain't trying to
and
get
shout
on.
out, like definitely again. I'm just gonna say shout out to having the
Shit,
homie on right,
Christopher Jordan
tonight.
and shit. He was on for the first hour and a half. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
cool Kim, good people. Honored to have him on. He's always welcome to pop back on
brother King,
anything he
yeah.
sends our way. And my apologies again for coming on late, but
No, it's
yeah, you know,
Meta playing games and shit. And then what's crazy was he was trying to get on the Discord while we were switching over to the Messenger and shit. We were already on Messenger, and he was trying to get on the Discord and shit.
yeah. And then when I tried to get on it. Because we're gonna switch over to that. Then it was like then my Facebook was having issues and stuff like that. Again, I'm like to
But yeah,
reset, and it
supported
was
for
like
that
I
last
couldn't do
picture.
it.
That last picture you made of Talib and shit.
Yeah, so I think like yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Anything you want to add,
Tell
brother
us
King
it.
X, before we
Yeah,
jump up out of
yeah,
here? Because I
yeah,
know
brother.
I'm ready. I need to
Pretty
piss. I need to eat and smoke.
dope show. That's all I can say. Dope show.
Good.
Lil Rick, coming up next Wednesday.
Mhm.
Y'all don't want to miss that first rap artist to ever sign to No Limit Records. And he ain't from New Orleans like y'all would think, neither. From Richmond, California. So. Nah, it was dope though. But shout out to Kool Kim.
Cool. Yeah.
Dope ass
For real.
guest. He shared a lot of free game
Yeah.
and shit.
Christopher Jordan, my brother, right there. You know, like that was dope. Also, he recognized. You know, he reached out to him.
Yeah, no doubt.
And I wanted to make that known was like Christopher Jordan like brought it up right away. I've always been a fan, but when he asked, you know, he goes, "How do I go about it?" But he's part of the Hood Smoker podcast, and I just told him like reach out, and you know, like send whoever
I
out.
told him the same. I told him shit. I shoot him dates and shit. He needs some dates. I shoot him some dates. So let me know.
Yeah, no, for real. But definitely, it was great having Kool Kim on here. And for real, he dropped some gems tonight.
Yeah,
so,
for sure. Yeah, we're going on 5 hours. I gotta.
Yeah, I mean that right there.
Yeah, dog. But appreciate everyone that tuned in, everyone that's catching this on the replay. Nothing but love. I see. I'm looking over at people that's we broke 3K. I know that ain't big numbers, but we on our way up and shit. We going up. I see Mr. Servon. Shout out Mr. Servon. He subscribed to our channel. So shout out Servon. Make sure y'all subscribe, hit like, share it around, tell a friend. It's the Hood Smokers Podcast.
Tell a friend, tell a fifth.
Brother King X, Blatonio, Todd. You never know who's gonna tap in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's always a surprise. But we out this bitch, y'all. Much love. Salute.
Okay. Salute. Peace.
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 We out, y'all. We out this bitch, y'all. Much love. Thanks for tuning in to the Hood Smokers Podcast, y'all. It's all love. You know what I'm saying?
What up, dog? Welcome to the Hood Smoker Podcast, the hottest #1 podcast based out of Detroit, Michigan. And now, with your hosts, Jay Gutta, Brother King X, Blatonio Todd, and the rest of the Hood Smoker Squad. We don't do no Vlad stuff. We don't do no Adam stuff. We keep packing in the legends, respect them, and keep adding up. So pack a blunt or two, maybe grab a brew and a snack for you, and leave behind your attitude, and get ready as we snap into